Multilingual Parliament. Today we celebrate Multilingualism Day. Languages are a very prominent part of the EU and its institutions. United in diversity, our motto, is not an abstract concept, but in fact very concrete when it comes to languages. There are 24 official languages in the EU. And what better way to showcase our diversity than by the different languages we speak? On Multilingualism Day, we would normally welcome you in Brussels at the premises of the European Parliament. Last year, thousands of people visited us in Brussels. However, this year it's different. We've moved the entire program online, as we unfortunately cannot host you on our premises quite yet.
Welcome indeed to the European Parliament. Bienvenidos al Parlamento Europeo. Witamy w Europejskim Parlamencie. The European Parliament is a fervent supporter of our motto, United in Diversity, because citizens' interests are at the core of its work. Indeed, MEPs, members of the European Parliament, represent citizens, and thus the European Parliament, as the only directly elected institution of the European Union, is your closest ally in EU politics. Today, we shall examine how the European Parliament works with all of these languages. My name is Henry, and I'm actually speaking my native language right now. Can you guess where I'm from?
Well, considering that there are only 2 EU member states with English as an official language, Ireland and Malta, so...
No, I'm afraid not. I'm actually from the United Kingdom, no longer a member state. But let's move on, please. How about you?
My name is Maria, and my native language is a Uralic language. It has a typologically agglutinative structure and gender-neutral personal pronouns. Can you guess where I'm from?
Well, as everyone obviously knows, there are only 3 Uralic languages amongst the EU 24, and from the rest of your description, it must surely be Finnish.
That's correct. And to celebrate the cavalcade of languages, we will accompany you today throughout the program live from the hemicycle. We would normally meet you face-to-face and speak to you in our native languages, but this year you will be able to follow the program live on the Parliament's website streaming and on Facebook. The program will be interpreted into 6 official languages, which is the number that we can safely provide under the current circumstances.
We do have an exciting program for you today. We'll kick off with an overview of the European Parliament, how it works, before moving on to our first discussion panel at 10:30, a day in the life of a translator or interpreter. We encourage you to send in your questions, if you haven't already, via the Facebook event page, Multilingualism Day 2020.
At 11:15, our next panel will examine how exactly one would go about becoming an interpreter or translator. From midday to 2 o'clock, we will take a lunch break. During the lunch break, you can follow a live session streamed from Luxembourg. Find out what a translation traineeship in the European Parliament entails, the profiles we're looking for, how to apply, and hear from former trainees.
Our third panel is at 2:05, the European Parliament as a multilingual workplace. At 2:45, our fourth panel will examine the role of technologies in the interpretation booths and the tools available for translators. Finally, at 4:45, our last panel will ask, multilingualism, what is it?
Shouldn't that question be asked at the beginning of the program, though? But no. Actually, in this panel, we'll be looking at the practical aspects of working in a multilingual working environment.
Some of you might have registered in advance on our website for the workshops organized by Parliament's interpreters and translators. Please note that these workshops have been filled on a first-come, first-served basis. There is limited capacity. You will have received an email a few days ago with your workshop link and instructions. All debates here today in a hemicycle are streamed live, and you can, of course, view them without registration, and you can even rewatch them afterwards.
Remember, you can send questions on our Facebook event. You can find it with the name Multilingualism Day 2020. We'll do our best to address your questions live, and don't worry if we don't pick up your question in the live session. We'll continue answering questions in the comments even after the program is finished. Please also leave your feedback about the whole event, the panels, the program. We have a survey on the Facebook event page and on the Visit EP website. This is the first time we're organizing Multilingualism Day entirely online, so any feedback you can give us will be welcomed.
We'll start with a brief explanation of how the European Parliament actually works, who sits here, what is discussed, before moving on to all of the languages.
Okay, first of all, Henry, what exactly is the European Parliament?
Well, the European Parliament is one of the two decision-making bodies of the European Union, the other being the Council, where the 27 national member state governments sit.
So here, instead of national governments, we have members of the European Parliament, or MEPs for short. They are representing citizens elected by citizens. Henry, can you tell me how many MEPs are there actually? Is it 751?
No, not anymore. After Brexit, there are 705 MEPs from the 27 current member states. As you can see from the slide, the number of seats per member state goes from 6 to 96. It depends on the population size of the country. Germany, as the most populous country with 80 million inhabitants, has 96 MEPs, whereas the smallest countries such as Malta, Luxembourg, Cyprus have 6 MEPs. As mentioned, you, the citizens of the European Union, elect your members of the European Parliament, in direct elections every 5 years. The last elections were in May 2019, so the next ones are some way away in 2024. MEPs can come from all walks of life. All you need to do to become an MEP is to get the votes. Maria, can you tell us about the MEPs?
Sure. As you can see on the next infographic, currently 41% of MEPs are female. The youngest was 21, and the oldest 82 when they were elected into the European Parliament in May 2019. Following the last election, there was actually a huge turnover of MEPs. 2/3, or to be precise, 61% of MEPs were voted in for the first time. You voted for a change, and you've got it. As you might expect, many MEPs have devoted years to politics, but many are not only new to the chamber of the European Parliament, but also to politics. Among the MEPs, there have been former cosmonauts, political dissidents, theater directors, and so on. On the other hand, there are also former prime ministers and ministers here as well. So you can see that there can be some movement between national and European politics. In fact, both ways, as some of the current presidents or prime ministers of EU member states used to be MEPs.
Which is a good thing, I presume. They should have a good understanding of how the EU works. MEPs, members of the European Parliament, have 4 important duties to fulfill. First, exerting democratic control. This means, for instance, confirming the Commissioner designates. In fact, there will be 2 such hearings on the 2nd of October, as European Commission Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis changes portfolios to trade, and Commissioner-designate Merit McGuinness is to take over financial services, subject to Parliament's approval, of course. The second important duty, acting as a co-legislator, so in other words, passing EU laws, often amending them along the way. More on this later. The third duty, giving the green light for the EU budget. Parliament adopted its first resolution on the revised 2021-2027 long-term budget in July. And finally, the fourth major power, ratifying or not treaties signed by the EU, such as the withdrawal agreement of the United Kingdom from the EU or trade deals with other countries and regions.
It might surprise you, but MEPs do not actually sit in national delegations. After all, there's another institution devoted to that. That's, of course, the Council. There are MEPs from around 180 different political parties from the 27 member states here in the European Parliament. And at the moment, they sit in 7 political families or political groups, ranging from the left to the right. This reflects the diversity of the European Union. Each group will have MEPs from several different countries. It's logical. An MEP from Finland, Spain, or Croatia will ally themselves with colleagues from other countries who share a similar viewpoint so they can band together to get things done. In fact, to form a political group, 2 conditions have to be fulfilled. First of all, a minimum of 25 MEPs, and they have to come from at least 7 member states. Members who are not part of a political group are called non-attached, and they sit at the back of the hemicycle in a designated sector.
Let's quickly go through the groups, starting on the left from the perspective of the president who sits there at the front. We have the European United Left, Nordic Green Left. It's a bit of a mouthful, perhaps, but as you see, each group is a coalition of many political parties from different countries. Next to them, you have the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats. Then you have the Greens and the European Free Alliance. That's one group. Again, easy to see that it is an alliance. The centralist Renew Europe sit there, and then you have the European People's Party, the Christian Democrats, the Conservatives and Reformists, and finally the Identity and Democracy group. But all of these political families have to be reformed after every election. In the last parliament, for example, there were 8 groups, for example. And by the way, the seats at the end on both sides are reserved for representatives from the European Commission and the Council. Maria, what are the benefits of sitting in a political group?
Well, let's imagine that you're an MEP working on a file on clean energy. Simply put, if you're part of a political group with like-minded colleagues, you'll have a ready-made network of people who will support you. So that can be an important consideration. Also, as a single MEP, you simply cannot follow everything. There are 20 full parliamentary committees, so you can't attend them all. But you can rely on your colleagues from your political group to attend them and to brief you afterwards.
Uniquely, and unlike national parliaments, members of the European Parliament are not divided into government and opposition, as there are, of course, 27 national governments. So when MEPs scrutinise legislation, they don't feel any loyalty or antipathy to the proposal, as they're not part of the government nor the opposition. Instead, they will consider each proposal on its merits and form ad hoc coalitions in support of or against each amendment.
And that's how we get to forming coalitions. Majorities can switch from left to center to right on a case-by-case basis. But this, of course, doesn't just happen here in the plenary chamber, but MEPs will have worked on the legislation beforehand in one or more of the committees, specializing in different topics such as industry, environment, fisheries, and so on. As the proposal is scrutinized and debated, the coalitions are hammered out, and that happens before the final vote here in plenary.
Examples of recent European legislation impacting on our daily lives are greater data protection online, abolishing roaming charges, protecting your rights as a consumer when shopping online, limiting single-use plastics. For the future, as an example, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, in her recent State of Union address on the 16th of September, proposed setting up a European agency for biomedical advanced research and development to support Europe's capacity and readiness to respond to cross-border threats and emergencies. Once this proposal is made, MEPs will study it, consult with their colleagues, national parties, technical experts and so on, debate it, likely propose amendments, find common ground, identify areas of disagreement, and then perhaps find a compromise.
And negotiations don't end there, because Parliament will next have to negotiate with the 27 member states' governments. That's, of course, in Council. Then the legislation will be fine-tuned to ensure that it has maximum support.
Wow, it certainly sounds complicated and time-consuming, Maria.
Well, yes and no. In a system, especially here in the EU, with 27 national governments, 180 political parties in the national context, 7 multinational political groups, it does take time to find agreement. There's no single person or institution that can simply push something through overnight. There needs to be a compromise. Of course, there have been changes over the course of the years.
Indeed, when the European Union was created as the European Coal and Steel Community shortly after the Second World War, there were only 6 member states. And the European Parliament was not a parliament exactly. It was a consultative assembly of 78 appointed parliamentarians drawn from the national parliaments of the 6 member states, having no legislative powers. In 1979, the European Parliament was directly elected for the first time, and with every reform of the EU has gained more powers. Today, we can say that the European Parliament is an equal legislative body with the Council, where the national governments sit, and directly elected in the world's second largest democratic vote.
Did you say second largest? So what's the largest then?
Well, India, but there are more EU citizens than Americans, for example.
Okay. Well, we mentioned earlier the President of the European Parliament, who sits at the front here and chairs the debates. The first directly elected President of the European Parliament was, back in 1979, Simone Veil, a French MEP. The current President is David Sassoli, an Italian member of the Socialists and Democrats group, who was elected by his colleague in a series of votes.
What do you mean that the President chairs the debates?
Well, he or one of the vice presidents chairing the debate simply makes sure that the debate is running smoothly. One interesting aspect about debates here is that they're very closely timed. An MEP might be given only 90 seconds to speak, and if they speak for too long, the President can simply cut their microphone.
1.5 minutes doesn't sound too long. I'm not sure you and I could manage it.
You're right. Speeches here have to be very concise and to the point, which is not always the case for us. No time for ramblers here. In fact, speaking time is divided up according to the size of the political group. So the European People's Party, the largest group, would get the most speaking time, followed by the Socialists and Democrats, and so on. And you have to remember that the final plenary debate is only the last stage of a very long process. There would have been many debates earlier on, in the committees, or even in the corridors or over coffee. MEPs certainly have the time to scrutinize the legislation and to get their points across. It's just that the plenary agendas typically tend to be quite full.
It's worth pointing out that everything here is very transparent. In normal circumstances, you can come to the European Parliament in Brussels here or in Strasbourg and sit in on the plenary sessions or even one of the committees. Everything is broadcast and archived online, and the relevant documents, legal proposals, amendments, reports and so on are available online in all languages.
Wait a minute, Henry. You mentioned Strasbourg?
Indeed. The European Parliament, as a multinational parliament, is actually officially based in Strasbourg, but also works here in Brussels and, in fact, in Luxembourg. 12 times per normal year, the 705 members of the European Parliament gather for the regular plenary sessions in Strasbourg, where most of the final votes take place. Here in Brussels, committees and political groups hold their meetings. The two plenary chambers are functionally identical, but the one in Strasbourg is taller and has a larger public gallery.
So here in the footage, you can see the plenary chamber in Strasbourg. And here is President David Sassoli entering the chambers and greeting the MEPs who are all ready to debate. The leaders of political groups take the floor first, and they typically sit at the first row of the hemicycle. Of course, any other MEP can also take floor during the debates. If you pay close attention, you can also get a glimpse of Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission. From the public gallery, any visitor can watch the debates, which are interpreted in all official languages of the European Union. As Henry mentioned, all plenary sessions can be watched live and on demand from the website of the European Parliament. By the way, here, very soon, you can also spot Commissioner Delegate Mairead McGuinness, who Henry mentioned before, and who is currently a Vice President of the Parliament. The voting session takes place every day at midday during plenary sessions, and MEPs vote by raising their hand or by voting electronically.
A vital part of European democracy is the right of MEPs and citizens to express themselves in any of the official 24 languages. It is for this reason that all of these 24 languages are equal and present in the European Parliament, both interpreted live and translated documents and so forth. Looking up above the hemicycle in which we are, we can see that there are over 24 interpretation booths.
Hang on, why do we need more than 24 booths if there are 24 official languages, you might ask? Well, the answer is actually quite simple. The European Parliament often invites foreign heads of state or government or other VIPs to speak at plenary sessions. If the president or prime minister of a non-EU country is invited to speak, they should of course be entitled to use their language when speaking, even if it's not one of the EU's 24 languages. So that's why we have some extra booths.
As you can guess, multilingualism in the European Parliament is really unique. We are the largest multilingual live operation in the world. In the United Nations, for example, they have a language regime of just 6 languages. This means that we have an amazing 552 language combinations. If your MEP speaks in Finnish, it has to be interpreted into all of the other languages. 23 times 24 is 552. All members of the European Parliament can take the floor in any of the 24 official EU languages and will be simultaneously interpreted into the other ones so that they can understand each other and obviously you can understand them as well. During a plenary session, there are 71 interpreters working simultaneously only here in the plenary chamber. Roughly every 2.5 hours, there is a change of team, and every team will do 2 shifts per day in the plenary. This is really tiring, exhausting work. You really have to concentrate. The plenary session would normally start at 9 o'clock in the morning and could finish at 11, 12 o'clock at night.
So you said there are 71 interpreters, but 24 booths and 3 interpreters in each booth. So shouldn't that make a total of 72 interpreters?
Well spotted, Maria. Irish is the only official language we do not, at the moment, interpret into, as opposed to from. And therefore the team is smaller, 2 interpreters instead of 3. We also actually have a shortage of Irish interpreters.
Okay, so any aspiring interpreters speaking Irish know that you are wanted.
On the other hand, we also have sign language interpretation provided here, albeit on a needs basis, so that would also bump up the number a little bit. Sign language interpreters wouldn't actually sit in a booth, but rather in the chamber or the meeting room next to the person they are interpreting for.
Now, up to 800 interpreters could be working during a plenary session. But there are, of course, many meetings happening apart from the plenary session itself, such as committee meetings, delegations, political group meetings, and so on. Interpreters are highly skilled professionals who constantly train and work to maintain their vocabulary in the languages on their repertoire. They need to thoroughly prepare for meetings, meaning that they have to read the documents prepared by their translator colleagues so as to have the right terminology ready. So how does interpretation work? For us, the audience, it's fairly simple. You just pick up a pair of headphones, select the correct channel, and listen. But behind the scenes, it does get a bit more complicated. Henry, how many languages would an average interpreter speak?
Speak or work in? Well, many of our viewers would have voted on our social media pages on this very question. We asked you on Facebook, what is the average number of languages per interpreter? And most of you guessed correctly. On average, they can work in 4 or 5 languages. So, if we do the math, we realize that there are always a few languages that are not covered in one booth. We can take the example of an Estonian MEP taking the floor and speaking Estonian. Estonian is not a common language, not even amongst interpreters, but there will be an interpreter with Estonian in one of the bigger booths, English, French, German, who will then be used as a relay by the other interpreter booths. In other words, from Estonian it will be translated or interpreted into English, and from there into the rest of the languages. Every language has to be present in at least 2 booths. And I bet you'd be hardly able to spot whether the speaker is interpreted through a relay language or not.
But that's also because interpreters use a technique to finish as close in time as possible to the speaker. It doesn't mean that there can't be surprising situations. Like, for example, if an MEP tells a joke and every person in the room hears the interpretation at slightly different times. Or if an MEP bursts into song in the plenary chamber. Or if they decide to quote Shakespeare or the Bible. All of these examples, by the way, have really occurred in plenary. Despite these challenges, misunderstandings are very rare, though, at least as a result of interpretation.
Again, this all sounds complicated and expensive.
Henry, you need to consider the value and not just the cost. But in fact, it's not as expensive as you might think. The cost of the European Parliament per EU citizen per day is actually less than 2 cents a day. And the cost of multilingualism, a fraction of that. But also, you could consider whether we should then have interpretation at all. Why doesn't everybody just speak Finnish? Minkä takia kaikki ei vaan opettele suomea?
Well, as fun as that sounds, I think you've answered your own question, Maria.
I'm not too convinced. Anyway, MEPs have the right to use any of the 24 official languages, and many of them do speak a second or a third language. But speaking in it, and then again working in it, debating in it, and writing laws in it might be a different matter.
And of course, when voters choose their democratic representatives, they have the right to choose whoever they wish. They shouldn't be constrained by the candidate's linguistic ability. So MEPs, being equal here, can use their own language. Of course, MEPs can also choose to use their second or third language if they wish, perhaps here in debate, and stick to their own language when writing amendments, for example. It's their choice.
Some MEPs even change the language mid-speech. They have that right. It's possible. But I imagine that the interpretation colleagues might not be too fond of that.
But the 24 languages are also an important part of democracy for EU citizens. Anyone can communicate with us in any of these languages, so if you have a problem, an issue, an idea, you can communicate. Perhaps today's audience, interested in languages, can manage very well in English or French or Finnish, but not everyone can, and all citizens must be able to make themselves heard and understood.
We should also make the distinction between interpretation and translation. While interpreters work orally, translators take care of all of the official written documents circulating in the European Parliament. This could mean reports, resolutions, amendments, research work. Everything here gets translated into 24 languages by a skilled team of translators based in Luxembourg. They translate more than 100,000 pages each month. Thanks to them, you can read the European laws that apply to you in your native language. The Parliament's lawyer linguists ensure the legal consistency between the language versions. After all, these texts can become actual applicable laws in the member states, so there's no room for misunderstandings. In fact, you'll be able to hear from some former lawyer linguists in one of the upcoming panels.
So, Maria, I know one of the advantages of our job is that most of the time we can speak for hours on end, and we can check to see if they're actually still awake. But perhaps now we should let other people take the floor.
Well, I just get so excited by my job, but okay. We do have some very interesting guests, and I'm sure that we would all be delighted to hear from them.
I certainly will be. Have you ever wondered what it's like to be a translator or an interpreter? How do you prepare for major debates? Now is your chance to find out. Step into the shoes of one of the professionals that make it possible to work in 24 languages.
And next up, I'd like to give the floor to the moderator of our first panel, Roisin. Over to you.
Hello everybody, you're very welcome to this first panel discussion of today, where we'll delve into the world of translation and interpretation in the European Parliament. Now maybe you're a student, or maybe you're even studying translation or interpretation, or maybe you're simply curious about what it is we do here as linguists working for the world's most multilingual parliament. Well, now is your chance to find out exactly what we do. My name is Roisin, I'll be moderating this session, and I'm joined by four of my colleagues. We have two translator colleagues, we have Xavier and Valeria, and we have two interpreters for you to meet, Peter and Xenia. So we're really excited, and we really hope that you join our conversation by putting your questions and comments to us in the live feed. Now, as you might expect, this will be a multilingual session, as will the other sessions throughout the day. So we will have interpretation in English, French, German, Italian, Spanish and Polish. And a big shout out to our interpreters who are providing that interpretation for you in those various channels this morning and throughout the day. So let's get started. Xavier, maybe we could start with you. Could you tell us a little bit about which languages you work from and into, and where you're based as well?
Voilà, je m'appelle Xavier.
I'm Xavier.
Yes, I'm a translator for French. I work from Spanish, Portuguese, English, and towards French.
Hi everyone, my name is Valeria. I'm from Slovenia, and just like Xavier, I'm also based in New York. And my languages are German, English, and Italian and French.
Peter.
Hi, my name is Peter Sobu. I'm an interpreter at the European Parliament. My working languages are Hungarian A, English B, German and Dutch C languages.
And last but not least, Xenia.
Hallo, ich bin Xenia. Ich bin Dolmetscherin.
I'm an interpreter here in the European Parliament, and I work from French, Spanish, Greek, and Romanian and English, all into German.
There would like to hear exactly what you do on a daily basis. Maybe we could start by describing a typical day. Maybe Valeria, you could kick us off.
Yes, so actually there's no such a thing as a typical day. Our days are do for that day, whether it's a translation, a revision, so another text by my colleague or a trainee. I might have a French course in the afternoon, a meeting where we discuss terminology. So as you see, they're very, very different.
So lots of variety there.
Exactly.
How about you, Xenia?
Ja, unsere Tage sind auch.
Our days are widely different. It depends on the meeting times, the meetings that take place here in the European Parliament. And if I'm not working at a meeting at any given time, there's plenty to do, preparing meetings, language courses, other further training measures. And aside from that, just the constant learning. We have to keep on learning over time.
Interpreter. So this is essentially your office. Normally in this chamber we would have 705 MEPs speaking different languages, and your job is to help them communicate with one another and get their message across. But why is it important that we have so many official languages here, 24?
Well, as you said, it's first of all to enable communications in this room, in the floor, among the people, the members of parliament, who talk to each other, who might or might not have a second or third language. But even more importantly, I think we are also enabling citizens, hundreds of millions of citizens, to follow up on what is happening in their name and on behalf of them, and laws being made they have to abide to. So this is, I think, we're talking about the tenets of democracy, so people should be able to follow what is being spoken, how legislation is being drawn up, and not only be presented with the end product, the law itself.
So you, as translators and interpreters, facilitate multilingual communication here in the Parliament, but also between Parliament and the citizens. Maybe the translators, Xavier, you could tell us a little bit about how translators bridge that gap between the Parliament and the citizens who elect it every 5 years.
Oui, voilà, c'est vraiment notre...
Well, yes, that's our role. We link up the institutions with the citizens, and to do that we use terminology which is as clear and precise as possible. Clarity is the priority, really, because each citizen has a right to access legislation in their own language, and it's also their right to be able to call upon the European Parliament. For example, every citizen has the right to submit a petition to the European Parliament. Recently I translated a petition from a gentleman who was asking the European Parliament to change the Gregorian calendar so that each week would be 8 days long, so that he would have time to go and see his mother at the weekend. So you see, some petitions are quite amusing, others are more serious, but what I'm trying to get at is that we have the role of ensuring the link between the people and the Parliament. We develop other services as well. We've been developing podcasts for a number of years now, which are available on our website, and the aim with the podcasts is to present the added value of the EU for each individual.
You're involved in, all with the aim of bringing the work of Parliament closer to the citizens. I'm sure it's a topic that many people would be interested in, and that's, how you became interpreters and translators, and it's actually the topic of our next session after this. But maybe, Xenia, you could say just a few words about your studies and maybe your career path so far.
Ja, klar. Yes, I started by studying literature, French and German literature, and over time I saw that I would like to do something more practical. My second mother tongue, apart from German, is Greek, and for different reasons I thought, well, interpreting or translating would be a way of putting my languages into practice. And I did a master's in conference interpreting in Strasbourg.
At the University of Graz in Austria, and during my studies I did an Erasmus semester, which I would highly recommend actually, and I did mine in Italy, and then I also did a semester in the US, and after completing my degree I worked as a teacher and as a project coordinator in Slovenia for some time, and then I did a traineeship at the European Commission, and then I passed some exams and joined the Parliament.
And a traineeship is an excellent opportunity, and indeed we'll have a talk on that at lunchtime as well, so tune in for that. I wanted to touch on your language skills, because you all have 4 or 5 languages each. It's very impressive. Did you learn all of those languages before joining the Parliament or since you've been working here? Maybe Peter?
Well, I am not maybe the best example, because I learned my languages, most of them, before I joined the Parliament, and I was not very diligent learning new languages, although I did Dutch and I'm working on my Spanish now. But most people come here with a certain number of languages. There are criteria, at least you have to have, I think, 3 now. And most people, and we are supposed to add working languages every 5 years or so.
And what's the minimum number of languages you need to be a conference interpreter?
It changes, but I think now, depends on also which language unit you're working for. There are different profiles for each language, but basically 3 languages to start with is I think, a requirement for every booth now.
So that would be 2 source languages, the languages you work from, and your main language, is that correct?
I mean, you have a language A, as they call it, which is your first language, and then you have C languages you work from into your first language. And you're supposed to have 2 or 3 of them. And additionally, you might, but that's a rather new thing, you can also work into a second language of yours. That's a B language. But basically, all in all, 3 languages you have to speak and able to work.
And Xavier, how about on the translation side?
Pour la traduction,
In translation, you also need 3 languages to be able to work as a translator at the European Parliament. And you absolutely have to, one of them must be German, French or English. Personally, I studied Russian, Spanish and Portuguese at university. And then in the European Parliament, as my colleague said, we have this opportunity, or we're even encouraged to deepen our knowledge and to acquire new languages. So I was fortunate enough to learn Bulgarian here in the European Parliament. It really is a great opportunity, and I'm very glad that I was able to do that, because it enabled me to deepen my knowledge of Slav languages, which is a culture which I very much like.
Interpreter, you work in real time. So while you're speaking and interpreting, you're listening to what's coming next. That's a lot of information to deal with in a few seconds. It sounds hugely challenging. Is that something, a skill you're somehow born with, an aptitude you're born with? Is it a skill you can train, or is it a combination of both?
Eine Kombination.
Clearly it's a combination. Each person has their own strengths and talents, and when we work here, of course, we do have an ease for languages, but simultaneous interpreting it requires a great deal of concentration. It's a technique which may be easier for some than for others, but you can train it up. And somehow you manage to get through. So a lot of training and some talent.
Samuel on Instagram. Thank you, Samuel. What do you love most about your job? Maybe Valeria, we could start with you.
I think the great thing about the Parliament is that you get to use all your languages. So it's true that most of our texts are written in English, but I also work with German, Italian, sometimes even French. So it's really one of the advantages. And another one that I would point out is that our topics that we cover, that our texts cover, are so different and so diverse, so that you really get to learn every day.
And how about you, Peter? What do you love about your job most?
Well, this is a very colorful place in many ways, and I love to be, it's very interesting to be part of it, to all these debates, disputes, various political colors, national backgrounds, cultural backgrounds. And there's, in this floor, we're looking around, there's a sort of a ball game going on, and you're part of this game. You're enabling communications and the whole evolving social situation.
And you're witnessing history in the making. You're like a fly on the wall.
You're not witnessing, you're part of it. In a humble way, but you are also part of the whole thing. You are an integral part of this ball game, let's call it that way. And that's very exciting, sometimes demanding and challenging, but exciting.
And a follow-on question to both our interpreters. It's from Marco on our Facebook event page. Thank you, Marco. Which speech or speaker has made a big impression during your career as an interpreter in the Parliament? Who'd like to take that one? Maybe Xenia?
Okay, so wie Peter gerade sagte.
Well, as Peter just said, there's a lot happening here. It's very colourful and diverse. So I can't pick out one particular individual who's impressed me as an interpreter. There's a lot of things going on. Sometimes it's quite moving. There's contact with people, very interesting personalities. If I were to name someone, I would say Malala Yousafzai. When she came here, she received the Parliament's Sakharov Prize and then the Nobel Prize later on. These are personalities, and I found that event quite moving. But there are also ordinary people that come here with their own issues, and that's very exciting too.
Have you any tricks of the trade you'd like to share with us?
Alors, je pense.
Well, I think the key is perfectly mastering one's own language. That's the basis. That's the first thing. And then you need to be curious, you need to be interested in everything, to other cultures, other people, question yourself constantly, be interested in current affairs. And you also need to be able to manage stress. That's important because we work hard during the part session weeks with important documents that have to be voted on the following day. Sometimes we have to work late into the evening, and it's important to be able to manage that stress, to remain productive and maintain a level of quality.
There's a big part of your job. You look quite relaxed there, but is it? I mean, you must have very stressful days.
Yeah.
How do you manage?
We have a different kind. We also have stress, a different kind of stress than what's maybe a different kind of stress than what Xavier was talking about. As I said, maybe the difference, if I wanted to show what's the difference between translation and interpretation, the translators are like creating a sculpture. You have to do something, but you have a little time for that, and you can go for perfection. You can go for something you really like because that's the best choice. In our case, we have to improvise. It's like playing music or free jazz in a way, because you're part of an evolving situation. You have to come up with something on the spot, which might not be the best solution. You might not like it in hindsight, but you have to go on and handle stress and keep the thing flowing.
And do you get the speeches in advance?
Some of them we do, but very seldom. In plenary speeches, this is the most demanding plenary because there's a limited time members can speak, and sometimes we get the written speech, but more often we don't.
And I'm sure, how is it working as a team of interpreters there? You have to switch. I mean, sometimes in Parliament we have 1 minute speeches, quite a lot in fact. So it means you're switching from languages very quickly and switching, I suppose, between colleagues. Is that right, Xenia?
Ja, klar. Wir arbeiten immer im
Yes, we work as a team, we change shifts, we help each other, and depending on different languages that people have, but we swap over, and sometimes a colleague can help with figures or difficult words or looking something up. It's become more difficult now during the COVID crisis because we sit further apart.
For that, thanks Ava for your question on Facebook. During a plenary session, how long can an interpreter work for? And do you take turns, which you do, as you mentioned, but how long are your shifts usually in a plenary session?
insgesamt etwa.
Well, 2.5 to 3 hours, which is quite rare. And the way in which we take turns depends on the different booth, either speaker, or after 15 minutes or so.
Do get your questions into us. We'd love you to join our conversation. If we don't get to all of your questions during the session, we certainly will afterwards. I wanted to touch on, I suppose, the COVID-19 and the pandemic, which has touched us all in different ways, and certainly the world of work is changing. Is that true of translation, Xavier?
Évidemment, ça a changé un peu.
Yes, it has changed the way we work slightly. The first months were quite difficult. We had to adapt very quickly. We teleworked all of a sudden, and we were translating texts that talked about the pandemic. And then often people think that translators work alone in their offices, but we really work as a team. As I was saying before, sometimes we have big texts and very tight deadlines, so we split them up into different chunks. It's very important to be able to consult colleagues to guarantee coherence in the text. So we had to come up with new methods where we created, for example, terminology lists that we share with other colleagues working on the same project so that we can have that coherence of vocabulary in the text.
Julia, about how you interpret jokes or sayings, proverbs. That must prove difficult, is that right?
Yeah, it is difficult. I mean, if you're very lucky and you get a speech in advance, which happens sometimes, then you can prepare, of course, do the equivalent in your culture, or sometimes the same joke is there, you know. But if you get it just ad hoc, you might want to try, or you might say something else which is funny, but it's always a very difficult challenge to tackle, of course.
And essentially you're focusing on the message, right? So the words, it's more about the message rather than the words. So as long as you get the message across.
That's true. I mean, for the whole profession, it's not so much, you know, rendering words, it's more rendering messages in the right register. So that's what it's all about, yes.
And Zania, in terms of becoming a conference interpreter, and I know this is part of our next session, but we have a question in, which kind of studies do you need to have to be a conference interpreter? Do you need a master's in conference interpreting?
Das ist sicherlich die beste
That's probably the ideal situation. You have to have some kind of diploma in conference interpreting, but earlier many colleagues had studied other things. Obviously some had studied languages, but some had studied physics or biology. It was very varied. But of course a diploma in conference interpreting is probably the best.
Translators, do you need a specific degree in translation?
No, actually it's just important to finish or to have a degree. For example, I have colleagues who studied international relations, even chemistry, law, and that's actually great because when you have a text like that, you can go and ask them questions or ask them to revise your text. So no, everything is welcome. But I would say that most of my colleagues are translators or studied languages.
Xavier, I wanted to touch on how the profession is evolving in terms of technology and indeed new tasks. Has it evolved much in the time that you've been in Parliament, and do you see it evolving much more in the future?
Alors effectivement, ça...
Yes, it is evolving very quickly. You really have to follow all these developments very quickly so as to keep up. It's an opportunity, if you like, because all of these technologies help us. We use them on a daily basis. It enables us to be able to translate more quickly and also to concentrate on chunks of text which are perhaps larger than in the past, and that gives us greater quality. I don't think our profession will disappear under these tools. We'll talk about that later on, of course, but yes, we need to keep up to date with these things.
Regularly in your job on a daily basis?
Oui.
Yes, we do use it daily. It does help us. But for automated translation, performance varies. It depends on the language combination, it depends on the subject area, the quality of the original. Not all originals are equal. So the role of the translator is still the most important role.
Now, how long is your working day, Valeria? I suppose that really depends on your workload.
Yes, exactly. It really depends on the workload. Usually we start at 8:30, then we have a lunch break, and we finish at 5:45. But we have so-called short Fridays, so we finish at 1:30 on Fridays, if it's not the week before the session. And during the session, we are supposed to be on call, which means that we have to work longer, depending on the workload again.
We have another question for you, Peter, about whether you have made mistakes while interpreting. I'm sure you never have. How would you deal with it if it's something that you really didn't know how to interpret it? Have you ever been in that situation?
That's what I was trying to tell you when I said it's like playing free jazz or some improvising. Of course you make mistakes, and sometimes it's painful to go back to your own performance and listen to it, which is a very good exercise for us as well to check on your own thing. As I said, the main thing is you get the message across. It happens sometimes, for instance, that at the beginning of a sentence, it's not clear what the intention would be. By the end of it, you would know, and then you can, quick fix it and go back to it. So it's a constant feedback on your own performance as well, and trying to keep things on the right track. But it's a constant monitoring of yourself as well. Yes, true.
Xenia, preparation is a big part of your job as a conference interpreter. So working in the booth is one thing, but how do you keep on top of everything in terms of your languages, but also in terms of, the material for the meetings? Where do you find the time to fit it all in?
Die Zeit muss man finden.
You have to find the time. It is possible. I mean, we're not in meetings from 9 o'clock Monday morning till 5 o'clock Friday afternoon. So languages, to keep my languages up, I read newspapers, I listen to radio, television, podcasts. That's very important. And then the most important thing is to keep your mother tongue up. And you also need to be up to date with current affairs because the things we interpret here are very closely linked to current affairs. So we need to know when there's a major event. We can't turn up here without knowing what's happened. Of course, we can't know everything. There's 27 member states. There's always something going on, but we can't have read it about all of it by 9 o'clock in the morning every day. But we are constantly trying to keep ourselves up to date.
About your knowledge of languages. So when you mentioned that you need to be qualified in at least 3 languages, do you mean you need to have a bachelor degree in each of those languages? Valeria?
No. So as we were already saying, you can study whatever you want, even chemistry or, physics. It's just that important that if you want to join the parliament, you have to pass certain tests, and there they will check your language skills in these 3 languages.
Peter, how has interpreting been during these difficult times and in times of COVID?
It has changed a bit. I mean, the working day is even more atypical as it used to be. So we have very different times of meetings, and the other big change is that we have remote connection. So instead of sitting in the booths and the members of parliament physically present on the floor, very often we get speeches from the member states. So the member of parliament is calling in and talks from afar, and then we have a good or not so good connection, and that makes it rather difficult, not only because of the voice quality, which is sometimes poor, sometimes excellent, but also because, as I said, the social context is very important. You have to know who is talking to who, in what circumstances, what's going on, the ball game, as I told you. And if someone is far away, you don't have this feedback information of what's going on, who is talking to whom, and it makes it much more difficult to render the message properly.
Xavier, we have a question from Victoria. Thank you, Victoria, for your question. I'd like to know more about what kind of translation is done in the EU in general. Is it legal translation, or do you also do audiovisual and subtitling as well?
Oui, alors comme Valérie.
Yes, as Valeria said before, the beauty of our profession here in the Parliament is that work is so varied. The subject area is very varied. Of course, legislative work is the bulk of our work, but we do sometimes translate other types of texts, legal texts. As I was saying before, we create and translate podcasts, and we do subtitling. It's quite a small part of our work, but it is going to develop further. Diversification is very important. We were talking about new technologies before. We need to adapt and keep up to date, but we also need to diversify. That is essential for us. We have all types of text. You might be translating fisheries in the morning, human rights in the afternoon, and international trade in the evening. So yes, it is very exciting.
Related to the pandemic, there must be so many new terms related to the pandemic. Do you build glossaries in preparation for working in the booth?
Ja, ganz klar.
Yes, we do. With the beginning of the lockdown, we started to bring the terminology together to have these words close to mind.
Technology is a big part. In that way, you work together with the interpreter.
Exactly, yes. So it's very, very similar. And we also have translation memories. That means that everything that we translate is saved, so we can use it later on, so we don't lose time again.
We have a question related to freelance interpretation. So we have staff interpreters and freelance interpreters. Peter, maybe you could explain the difference between the two.
Well, in terms of work in the booth, there's no difference. We are all colleagues and doing the same job. In terms of status, there is a difference because we staff interpreters are civil servants, just like anyone in the service. We have a stable job here and a career development. Whereas freelancers have contracts, weekly contracts, 1 or 2 months in advance. And in a way, they are more free, freelancers being the name, but also less safe in terms of job security. They are entrepreneurs in a way who are signing contracts for given periods of time.
And a very practical question, Xenia. If you're sitting in different booths, how do you know whose turn it is to interpret? Are you all supporting one MEP? How do you manage the work?
Ja,
We share out our work, but not per speaker, either for a certain period of time. It depends on the type of meeting, whether it's a plenary or a normal, very short meeting. And it depends on language as well. If somebody starts speaking Greek, I'm the one who does that, even if it's not my turn. And a colleague doing Lithuanian has to come on, even if it's technically not their turn. And then sitting in different booths, we need really to establish eye contact and look at the clock very carefully so that we know when to hand over.
In Luxembourg, as are all the translators, tell us what it's like to live and work in Luxembourg.
It's a great city. It's very international, multilingual. You'll hear so many languages just walking around the city center, for example. It's also very green, which I was surprised about. There are many parks, many green areas, and it has a lot to offer also on the cultural side. So there are many concerts, theaters, and so on.
So you don't miss Slovenia at all?
Not that much.
And of course, we will, a reminder to everyone out there, we will have a session from Luxembourg about our traineeships, which is an excellent opportunity for anyone thinking of coming to be a trainee with us in the translation service. I wanted to come back to the skills of the job, both as an interpreter and as a translator. I mean, the language skills are one thing, but of course there's a lot more besides. Peter, maybe you'd like to tell us what else you think is important for all the aspiring translators and interpreters out there.
Well, I can talk more to the would-be interpreters than translators, although I did translate earlier, and the basics are the same, of course, because you have to have a professional approach to languages. You have to be very thorough in knowing your languages and rendering messages across languages. For interpreters, it's also important, I think, to have this sort of on-the-spot skill to solve situations and solve problems and go through difficult kind of situations as things are evolving. So that may be a difference, maybe, between a translator and interpreter. Whereas translators, I think, can go for the perfect thing or approximate to the perfect solution. We have to live with immediate, ephemeral solutions, and that requires, maybe it is a different aspect of your personality which comes afore if you're interpreting or if you're translating.
Would you agree, Xavier?
Oui, la base.
Yes, absolutely. At the heart, it's the same job, really. But of course, as you work, you have to be more analytical and be creative. A translator has more time and he can step back and take it in and better analyze the message and really then shape something that is sometimes different, but really a good sum up of the message.
Who would like to know, why did you choose to be a translator, to leave Slovenia behind and pack your bags and go to Luxembourg?
Because I really love languages. I think they are great. You get to meet new people every day, and you get to know new cultures. It broadens your horizons. And also, I think translation is really a great job because you get to learn a lot on a daily basis because we cover so many different subject areas.
And Zania, how was it for you? Why did you choose interpretation as a career?
Because I discovered that I really enjoyed it because I love languages. And interpretation adds a lively dimension together with communication. It's fantastic. I really, really love it, particularly here.
I have a question on whether there's an age limit in joining the staff. No. But you do need to have the minimum requirements, right, or to have a degree and your knowledge of languages. Is that the key thing for the interpreters, Peter?
Yes, you have to have. It also has changed by time, but now I think you need to have a master's in interpreting. But I'm not sure about that because at my time, it was a long time ago, 15 years ago, the requirements were such that you either had a degree in interpreting or you had a master's degree in any discipline, and then you had to have the language skills on a certain grade, and you have to pass an exam for both career paths. So both as a freelancer and as a staff, you have to go through various tests and examinations to join the Corps. But in terms of requirements, yes, you need a degree in interpreting, I think now, and the language qualifications to start with.
Excellent. Valeria, we're coming to a close, unfortunately, but I would really like you to tell us what last piece of advice would you give somebody considering a career as a language professional here?
I would say work on your languages, of course. Watch the news, listen to music, read a lot, but also nourish your mother tongue. Don't forget about that. And the best piece of advice I can give you is to go to the country of your language, have fun, and live the language.
Peter, would you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And it's also important, very much important, to keep abreast with not just the cultural background of the languages in the countries and society that is spoken, but also the political developments, especially here in Parliament, because a member can sometimes talk on the floor, but primarily address a home audience about some current event. And then if you don't know about that, what happened in, say, Austria last week, some sort of scandal in one of the, cities or areas, you might be very much lost because that's what he is or she is talking about, in fact. So yeah, you have to be up to date with the culture and the actual current events in those countries.
And Zania, would you have anything to add to that?
I think that's an excellent description. I think when you first arrive here, you might be a bit taken away, perhaps intimidated, and you really can't take it all in. But don't be afraid to ask questions. We work as a team. Both interpreters and translators work in teams. And there's no such thing as a silly question. Colleagues always will help you out. Everybody started at some stage, and it's very important not to be intimidated.
Unfortunately, we'll have to draw this session to a close. Thank you so much to everyone out there for tuning in. Thank you for putting your questions and comments to us. Unfortunately, we didn't get to them all, but we will in the course of the day. Stay tuned, of course, for the next sessions. We have a lot for you in the next few hours. And yeah, we're delighted to have you with us. And it's over to you, Henry and Maria.
So, thank you very much, Roisin. Thank you very much to our translator-interpreter colleagues. While we wait for the panel area to be cleaned, in the meantime, we can see a short clip prepared by our colleagues from the translation service.
It's actually a recap from Multilingualism Day 2019. We'll hear impressions from visitors last year about languages and what they feel about being European. You'll hear a mix of languages and a mix of voices. And while you might not be able to understand all of the languages spoken in the video, we're confident that you can still get the gist of the video and understand the most important messages.
Let's talk.
Pogovarjajmo se.
Komm, reden wir.
Pogovarjajmo se.
Let's talk about multilingualism.
Soy Miguel Pastor y tengo 19 años. Vengo de las Islas Canarias.
My name is Priya Saxena and I'm 20 years old and I'm from Antwerp, from Belgium.
Moi, je suis Condé Fodé. Je suis venu en Belgique en 2010.
So hello, this is the Bear family and we're actually from all over the place.
Sono Caterina, sono italiana. Ik ben Zet en ik kom van Antwerpen. My name is Esme. Most people here in Europe call me Esma.
Mi chiamo Antonio e sono nato in Italia.
As a Lithuanian citizen, I was born in Lithuania and then we moved to the UK when I was 3 years old.
After all these years living in different countries, I prefer to make, when people ask me, I just say I'm European.
J'étais réfugié. La Belgique m'a accordé une protection internationale.
Here we have 8 different passports. I was born in the Czech Republic. Narodila jsem se v České republice, ale již 20 let žijí v různých zemích celého světa.
Ik woon graag in Europa, omdat er zoveel talen dicht bij elkaar zijn. Dus bijvoorbeeld als je in Amerika woont, dan heb je heel veel Engels rond je.
Parlano correntemente 4 lingue. La famiglia è normale, mia moglie ne parla 7 e io arrivo alla quinta.
I speak English, of course, Dutch, French, Spanish, German, Hindi and a bit of Latin.
Credo che sia importante alla nostra età conoscere più lingue e avere degli amici in altri paesi che ti permettono di imparare e apprendere, credo che sia veramente fondamentale.
La identidad europea también consiste en intentar integrar las diferentes diversidades que encontramos reflejadas en lo que viene a ser hablar un idioma diferente, pero sentirse igual que tu vecino croata, que tu vecino italiano, que tu vecino portugués.
La Belgique m'a protégé et m'a donné l'occasion de fonder ma vie ici. Et j'ai eu un emploi et aussi ma famille vit avec moi ici.
We don't really have a strong affiliation to a single country because we have moved so much. So really our home is Europe. This is our home, regardless of the country and actually regardless of the language or culture. Europe is our home.
Multilingualism has always been an aspect of trying to bridge the two parts of my identity, which are very distinct.
Anyone who has tried will see how important it is for everyone else that you speak only maybe one sentence of the language. You feel closer.
Si on comprend la langue, vraiment, je pense que les barrières sont cassées.
Travel all the world, learn languages, it will help you a lot and it is so fun to do it.
So yeah, accept your difference, but at the same time look up or try to look up at people because they have got something to teach you at the end.
Well, how many of those interventions did you understand? I did manage a few of them. Maria, how about you?
Well, yeah, I did understand a few of them, not all of them though.
Indeed, and I have to say, I wonder how they will collect impressions from today's viewers for next year.
Well, get ready, Henry. You're going to be on that video, I'm sure.
So, how many languages do you actually speak, Maria?
Me, I would say I work in 3 languages, but I do speak a few more, and sometimes with colleagues over coffee, I might use those languages, but I'm not comfortable enough to work in them.
It is one of the best things about working here, all the languages.
How about you?
I can manage in 3 languages to work and 1 or 2 others to speak quite badly.
Very nice. Now, the next item on our program should be very interesting for those of you who are looking to pursue a career in interpretation or translation. Find out what training and qualifications are needed for these professions, and find out what path might be the right one for you. Now, next up, I'd like to give the floor to the moderator of the next panel. Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria and Henry. Welcome, everybody, to our roundtable discussion on how to become an interpreter or a translator. I am very excited about this one. My name is Marco. I will be hosting or moderating this debate. Before we get started, I would like to invite all of you who are watching us, listening to us, to get involved. If you have any questions or comments, please don't hesitate to put them down below, and we'll try to include them in our debate. With that out of the way, I suggest we kick off. I suggest we start with presentations. Maybe on this side. Vicky, would you like to start? Please tell us who you are, what languages you work with, and where you work.
Hi, Marco. Yeah, I'm Vicky. I work in the English translation department at Parliament, which is based in Luxembourg. I'm a translator. And when I first came to Parliament, I had English, my native tongue, and French and Spanish. And because I've been there a good few years, I've been lucky enough to add a few more languages to my portfolio. And now I do Polish, Swedish, Danish, and German as well.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
Yeah, my name is Michael, and I work in the Clear Language and Editing Unit, which is very similar to a translation department. I've been working there since January of 2020. My languages, the languages that I interpret from or translated from were Polish, English, French, of course, a little Lithuanian, and I can speak Russian, but you almost never need it.
That's very impressive. Moving on to our interpreter side, Katrien, would you like to kick us off?
Yes. My name is Katrine. I work in Brussels for the European Parliament, and I work in a Danish interpretation booth. For languages, I have English and German and Spanish, and I am currently working on my French, and hopefully soon will pass my French adding tests. I've been working as a freelance interpreter for about 7 years, and then about 2 years ago, I became a staff interpreter. So I've tried a bit of both worlds.
Oh, maybe we'll get back to that a bit later. And last but certainly not least, Agnieszka.
Witam bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much. My name is Agnieszka Duglak-Moskal. It sounds like Bond, James Bond. And I have to say, sometimes I feel like I'm a special agent or something. Now, I'd like to say that I'm in the Polish booth. I've worked in the Polish booth since 2003. I started 6 months before the accession. I started on a temporary contract, and as you can see, I've been here quite a long time. Now, I hope this is going to be an interesting panel. I'm sure it will be. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So am I. And the first questions have actually already started rolling in. Henry asks, what are some of the qualifications that you think are essential to be a good translator? Michael.
For me, the most important thing is to really master your own language. That is the absolute fundamental condition, otherwise don't even try. But at the same time, you have to love languages. For me, that says it all. If you like languages, then you're going to do well in this job.
Katrien, would you like to add anything?
I have to say I agree with what Michael said. It's also, for an interpreter, it's really important to know your own language well, and it's something we don't always think about, because we always think that we know our own language well. But the thing is, as an interpreter, you have so many other things that you're working on, and your own language should just be something you don't really have to think about, really kind of a part of your basic skills.
Fantastic. Moving on, there was a question on an age limit. Is there an age limit on joining the translation service, Vicky?
There's no age limit. As far as I know, I'd like to check, but as far as I know, we have colleagues joining us from young to older.
But what are the limits, so to speak? What do you need to master? What qualifications do you need to become a translator then?
I see, okay. So to become a translator at Parliament, what you need, as Michael said, is a perfect command of your mother tongue, plus 2 other EU languages of very high standard. But for translators, you don't necessarily need a degree in translation itself. As long as you have a degree in some subject, you can join to become a translator. And you can also be very valuable to us because I would say in my unit, most of us are trained translators. We have a translation qualification of some kind. I have a master's in translation from the UK, for example. But there are other colleagues all over the place in our different units who've studied chemistry or law, and they bring a hell of a lot of knowledge, a very useful knowledge, because sometimes the translations that we have to do are very specialised.
Okay. So, Michael, could you tell us about how you became a translator then?
Well, it wasn't necessarily a typical or straight path. Translation in Germany is something you can study at a number of universities. A bit fewer over the years. The choice is thinning out, unfortunately. And I started in the translation department in 2012. And many of my colleagues came from the university in Germersheim or Heidelberg or Saarbrücken, not too far removed from Luxembourg. One thing you can do if you haven't studied translation, as was my case, studying languages, I started with linguistics, general linguistic science, and then I specialized. I studied Slavic languages as a secondary specialization, and you can't then just start as an afterthought. So I made a switch. I decided to focus on Slavic languages and the other languages, so added that. And then I learned Polish, Russian, and Czech. I never managed, unfortunately. And I didn't work immediately as a translator. I did study translation as part of my studies. We had some very good professors, somebody who then went to translate at Innsbruck University, and he's a very good German-speaking Russian. So that was a good introduction, I thought. Then for 10 years, I worked in a lexicon company producing dictionaries as an editor and as a lector. Many of the things that I do in my new job, I learned doing that job. And then one day, I saw this little snippet in a newspaper. The EU was looking for translators. That was back in 2004, 2005. And I thought, well, let's give it a try. And Vicky just said that the preconditions are just that you need a diploma. You don't need to have a translation diploma necessarily. And I had just finished my master's at that time. So it was really just in time. And then I applied for the competition. There is a competition, which isn't exactly easy. There were 1,000 people trying for the job, and of course the selection process thinned them out. And then the day came when I got the happy news from Brussels that I was invited to the introductory interview, and then I became a translator.
Riveting story. Agnieszka, could you tell us in short how one becomes an interpreter, like the steps you need to take?
Na pewno.
Well, certainly one of the requirements would be that you need to be a graduate, and then you could be a postgraduate in interpreting or translation, or you can be an undergraduate for 5 years and have an MA. So I for example, was the one that studied a subject. I remember I studied English philology at a university in Poznan, and then within the last 2 years I did like a postgraduate study. So first of all, you need to be a graduate. You need to show that you are a qualified interpreter, that you are a trained professional. So you do need language studies. But obviously, if you want to play the piano, it's not enough to have two hands to play it, you know? You need to be able to read the notes. So if you want to be a translator and interpreter, you need a bit more than just languages. You need something extra. And I think you know what I've been talking about. So, for example, in our case, I remember we talked about this with Katrin before we entered this room. You need to be an adrenaline junkie, you know? If you want to be an interpreter, you need to manage stress. And I think you can sort of hide in the aquarium that you can see behind us. And I have to say that I'm actually jealous of our colleagues who are now in the interpreting booth safely. You know, I don't think we're actually quite easy to interpret, but, you know, whatever. But you need to like it. You need to be able to manage it. So there are some formal requirements, so your language skills. But at the same time, you need some kind of like paralinguistic skills that are absolutely necessary.
Thank you very much. People are very impressed by your language combinations. And Tomek says, how do you learn all these languages? Katrin, would you like to enlighten us?
Yes, well, I've always liked languages, and when you're an interpreter, you're encouraged to keep learning languages. An interpreter, in average, has between 4 and 5 languages, so I still have a few to go. I really enjoy learning languages, and I think at least one of the secrets is finding out what works for you. So some interpreters like to read newspapers, so they read newspapers in all their languages. Other interpreters like to watch the evening news, so they watch the evening news in several languages. I personally like to listen to radio or podcasts, especially because I can listen to the programs I like whenever I like, and when I'm traveling or cooking or commuting to work. So that's really convenient for me. Because you also have to remember that learning a language is not enough. You have to keep it up. You have to keep following the events in the country or countries where your language is spoken. You have to follow the developments of the language, because as we all know, each year we have new words in our languages. And then I also find that when learning a new language, for example, now I'm learning French, for me, what works is making it a part of your everyday, making it a part of the things you like. Now, I admit that it's a bit easier for me because I'm learning French, and I happen to live in Belgium, which is a French, well, at least part of it is French speaking, and that's very, very convenient for language learning. So for example, I play football. So I play with a French-speaking team, and then I kind of learn French and play football at the same time. And I think we all know the feeling that when we are tired and we come home at night and we just really want to watch Netflix on the sofa, then you watch a series in French or in Spanish or in German, just doing the things you like and learning languages at the same time. That's what really works for me.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. And Lucrezia has an interesting question for our two translators. Maybe Vicky. She wants to know if there's a norm or a quota on the number of pages that you have to translate every day or every month.
That is an interesting question. There's not really a set number of pages that we're expected to churn out every day. Obviously, there's a saying that if you're doing 8 pages a day, that's good, but it doesn't really mean anything. A page in DG translation has a set number of characters. It's a set length of text. But for example, I was saying earlier that I learnt Polish. I tried to learn Polish. I translate from Polish, but if I get a text in Polish, it takes me a lot longer to translate that text than it does if I get a text in a language that I learnt earlier or had a bit more time to spend on, like French or Spanish. So there is a certain amount of you have to obviously put your back into it. You have to say, okay, I'm doing this, I've got these pages to do, I've got these deadlines. You have to try and meet your deadlines, but there's not an absolute standard. You've got to do this many pages a day. Sometimes you get texts that are much more difficult as well. A really intricate legal text will take you a lot longer, for example, than a short written question from an MEP to the Commission about what did I have, problems with the Eurovision Song Contest, or compensation for travellers in the light of the recent, the current situation with COVID. So it all depends on the kind of text you have, and that's one of the really great things here at Parliament. We're so lucky we have such a variety of different things. We can have Christmas tree acceptance speeches one day and petitions from members of the public about environmental issues the next. So there's a great variety.
There is indeed. Moving on to our next question, maybe Michael, you would like to take this one on. Maria would like to know if you can be a translator and an interpreter. If so, how is it? And if not, why not?
Oh, sehr schwierig.
Well, that's very tricky. We were talking about this before. For us as translators, the interpreters are really something superior for us. We look up to them because they don't have the time that we have. They do what we do with a lot of time in a very short space of time. I think it's probably very difficult. I haven't trained as an interpreter. I have great respect for interpreters, and I know that there is a minor problem for interpreters. They'll probably say this themselves, and that is that their work does not remain. There's no trace of it. It's for the actual moment in time, so that people understand in real time, but it's very short-lived, whereas our texts, as Vicky just said, are set in stone pretty much for the duration. I'm aware of people in the different language units that can do both. They are interpreters and translators, and then at some point in time they make a choice. I mean, that's what happens when you're studying as well. Potential translators and interpreters start at the same time, and then they split off into the two different professions. But our interpreter colleagues can probably say more on this than I can.
Thank you very much. But then again, Agnieszka, interpreters rely very much on the work of translators, don't they? Would you like to tell us more about that, please?
Oczywiście. Yes, of course. We absolutely appreciate the work of our colleagues in the translation departments. While we prepare ourselves for debates, we use your work. Nobody is a specialist in blockchain technology, or fisheries, bluefin tuna, whatever, or farming subsidies. Or, all political parties in the Western Balkans, especially those that, for example, won the recent elections. Nobody's a specialist, nobody's an expert in everything, but every one of us, every interpreter or a translator, is a specialist in preparation, if you like. We know how to prepare. Katrina mentioned before that if you wish to become an interpreter, you need to have this general knowledge. That's extremely important. This is something that we're working on every day. We need to follow the news, not just in our country, not in our mother tongue country, but also in all the countries where our languages are spoken. For example, in my case, it's English, French, and Italian. So it's extremely important. But at the same time, there are some special types of preparation that you need to undertake for every meeting. And obviously, written text, reports are extremely helpful. So in my case, I download all these reports in 3 language versions, and then I look at the terminology, and then I can look up the term for bluefin tuna in all my languages,
Thank you very much. That's European cooperation at its best, right? Katrina, there have been lots of questions about how interpreter testing is done. And I will just say this for the audience, you can find all the information online. But maybe, Katrina, would you like to walk us through the day you passed your accreditation test? What was it like? Maybe what speeches you got?
I was terrified. That's the first thing, because I really wanted to become an interpreter, and I did the European Masters in Conference Interpreting, which is a master you can take in a lot of universities around Europe. We partner with the universities and we do virtual classes with them here from the European Parliament. So I had taken my master's, and we went to visit Brussels, I remember, and I just really wanted to become an interpreter. So what happens is you travel to Brussels for your test, and then you have to interpret speeches in the languages that you are being tested for. In my case, it was English and German. So I had to do a simultaneous speech and a consecutive speech in both those two languages. And for those who might not know, the simultaneous speech is what our colleagues, thank you, colleagues, in the interpretation booth are doing right now. And a consecutive speech is where you take notes, and then you hear the speech. It's, as I remember, about 5-6 minutes, and then you take notes, and then afterwards you stand up and you give the speech in your mother tongue. So you had to do a simultaneous speech and a consecutive speech in the languages you were being tested for, and then you waited and you got your result.
Fantastic. Vicky, I imagine there must be some sort of test for translators too, no? How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. The way I became a Parliament translator was just like Michael, by taking a competitive exam. I did mine a good while ago now, in 2004. There are several different sections of the competitive exam. It's changed since I did it. But of course, one of the sections was translation of 2 texts, one in each of my 2 foreign languages. So I did one in French and one in Spanish. You have to show that within a certain time you can produce an idiomatic and convincing, clear text in your mother tongue.
Fantastic. So you both passed the concours, as it's called here. Mm-hmm. And Giovanni has an interesting question, Michael. He wants to know how passing this competition impacted your personal life. I mean, you had to move, I'm guessing. Did that have an impact on your family life and so on?
Well, in my case, there was a bit of a time delay. Colleagues probably went through this as well. You go to a test centre and you have your written test, and then if you pass that, you get invited to the assessment centre and you're examined there. And then I waited a long time for the results. I think it was 3 or 4 months. And then I was told that I was on the reserve list. It's not a very nice word, really, the reserve list. It sounds as if you're sort of like the substitute on the substitute bench right at the back. Well, this reserve list has a life of its own. Some of these reserve lists go on for ages, and you wait and wait and wait, and then there are other reserve lists that turn around quite quickly. Well, in my case, I had to wait a long time, and then at some point in time, I got a telephone call from Luxembourg saying, would I be prepared to move to Luxembourg? Well, I'd already assumed that I would be working in Strasbourg, Brussels, or Luxembourg, and I was delighted to hear that. And then all of a sudden I get this call saying, will you come to Luxembourg? And within seconds I got back to them, or maybe it was an email. Yes, I said, of course I'll come to Luxembourg. And then quite soon I got an interview. It wasn't successful, but I had a very good result for the commission test. And I was motivated by the people from the commission, and one individual in particular who motivated me and encouraged me. So I came to Brussels first and got a temporary post, filling in for someone who was on maternity leave. And that's an interesting way of getting into the institutions as well. And I mean, the important thing to remember here is that it's always important to get one foot in the door. And then once you've got one foot in the door, if you can do a good job, you get people to say, well, we want to have this person, we want to keep this person. So to come back to your question about how it impacted my personal life, well, I always wanted to leave Germany. I studied and lived in Bielefeld for a long time. I mean, nothing against Bielefeld, I love the city, but I'd spent one semester in Lublin before that, and then I thought, well, I want something a little bit different. I want to go a little bit further. And I was happy to be able to move. And as Katrine was saying, the important thing is how to use a living language in practice. It's quite different to studying it at school or in the universities, but using it in practice. So I had that temporary contract. While I had that temporary contract, my family was still in Germany, and I went backwards and forwards for some time. And then came the point in time where we said, OK, we're going to take the plunge now, and the whole family is going to move to Brussels. And I don't think any of them regret it. Then I got another offer. So unfortunately, I had to leave Brussels, which I loved very much, and I went to Luxembourg, and I learnt to appreciate Luxembourg. There are different possibilities. You have to be open. And you have to enjoy this atmosphere. I mean, it's nice to be in a city where many different languages are spoken. You go on the metro and you hear Flemish. My young son at the time picked up on some of those Flemish words, and that brought me joy. And it's the same for me with every new language that I learn.
One thing about working here at Parliament, actually, when I very first came in 2002 from originally from the UK, which is you don't, unless you live in a big urban centre like London where you hear thousands of languages. I come from a very rural area. You basically hear English. And I came to Luxembourg, and not only on the street did I hear Luxembourgish, Spanish, French, Portuguese, German. In my office, we had an English team, a small English team. It wasn't translation at that time. You had to be a translator to do it, but we had teams from all the languages at the time. When I joined, there were 11 languages. Opposite our small English team was the Italian team. There were 4 translators there. And just a couple of days after I arrived, I heard 3 of the Italian translators having a really animated conversation with the Danish translator from the corner in Danish. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, this is crazy, this is great. And since then I had a kind of fascination with Danish. I must say to Katrina, I love Danish. And that this is what Luxembourg's like, this is what Brussels is like, hearing a mix of languages between people. We're so much better mixing together, stronger working together. It's just so fun. It's absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic.
If you're a nerd like I am.
Or only, I had exactly, sorry to break in,
And I had exactly the same impression when I first came to Brussels and the same impression when I first came to the European Parliament. And I still do until this day. When I'm walking down the corridors and I hear all the languages, and then when I'm looking at my colleagues, interpreters, and as you said, someone from the English booth learning Danish, mastering Danish, not only speaking Danish, not only being able to interpret from, but actually speaking Danish, to Italians almost speaking Polish to each other, and people who keep on learning, keep on finding out, even if, there is a difficult thing, they just, even if you fall sometimes over a word.
And you fall in Polish all the time if you're me.
You dust yourself off, you try again, you have your team next to you, you work in a great, motivating environment. This is what absolutely attracted me to this job.
And I will pick up where you left off, Agnieszka. Artemis wants to know, does an interpreter or a translator work only in their mother tongue, or do you work in all of the languages that you have, so to speak?
Zasada jest taka, że pracujemy.
In principle, we work into other native languages. So most of my colleagues speak 4 or 5 or work in 4 or 5 languages, some 6. So they passed a test, which means that they can work out of those languages into their mother tongue. Now, when Poland joined the European Union, the same goes for the Czech Republic and Hungary and other countries, there were not that many people in other booths that spoke Polish. And that is why there was a special solution developed. An interpreter, after a certain time of preparation and training and taking a test, can work into a second language. This is my case, for example. I work into English. So it does happen, not in all meetings, but it does happen that, for example, a Polish MEP takes the floor, then I have to switch the channel. So I do what we call retour, and I interpret into my second language, not into my mother tongue. But yes, indeed, most of us work into our mother tongues.
Fantastic. And Katrina, how do interpreters overcome problems in the booth, like slang expressions that maybe you don't understand, or if there's a word that you didn't hear, or fast speakers? What are some of the coping techniques for interpreters?
Well, there are a few techniques that you can use. If there's a slang word, for example, like they were talking about in the previous panel, the important thing is to interpret the meaning of the word or of the speaker of the phrase. So even though you can't find an equivalent in your own language, you can always just express the meaning of what's being said. That's the first strategy. The second is if you come across a word, which happens because I don't know all the names of all the different fish in all my languages. I'm sorry to say. Everyone's laughing because we don't. It's
always fish.
Yes, it's always fish.
A big problem.
So if I don't, then I have the option of pressing my mute button and asking one of my colleagues, help, what's that fish? And then they will hopefully know or have time to look it up while I'm interpreting and tell me. Mm-hmm. So that's also a technique that you can use. Your colleagues in the booth are really important. It's not a one-person achievement, it's a team effort, and we always work in teams, and that's actually one of the things I really like about being interpreter. I love the teamwork.
Mm-hmm. I've got a quick question for Katrina, if I can. I've always wanted to know, can you please tell me, sometimes an MEP here in this chamber might like to inject a little bit of humour into the proceedings. How, Katrina, do you cope when they tell a joke?
I always try to convey the joke. in my own language. It sometimes, if it's a play on words that will not work in a different language, you can't do it, and you just have to
tell a different joke.
But how do you decide so quickly what to do?
That's what we always do, isn't it? We always have to take very quick decisions. It's basically what I like, and it's what Agnieszka said before about the adrenaline. It's a question of taking a decision in 1 or 2 seconds, and it's what makes our work challenging and also a lot of fun, I think.
And when you see that your decision was not right, what do you do? How do you cope?
You've already moved on because you're still interpreting, so sometimes you do second guess yourself. But then, like we were discussing before, our work is basically there to enable people to communicate, whereas translators can always go back and change. Yeah. We can't. So we have to make the best decision that we can, and that's it.
Thank you. There was a question, maybe Vicky, for you. How does a translator balance the work and their professional and private lives? How does that work in the translation unit? Maybe with maternity leave and so on. Do women or men have problems with that, or is it well taken care of?
I would say it's all very well taken care of. We have opportunities, of course, for maternity leave, for parental leave. Obviously, it's not easy to juggle children, working life, as it's the case for absolutely everybody. But I would say we have a very understanding working environment. We are able, there is flexibility, we're able to work from home at certain times, especially at the moment, we're working from home a lot of the time. I would say it's like any other sensible working environment, it's very understanding in that way.
Okay. And if we, sorry, go.
W temacie życia rodzinnego.
Life-work balance and children, I'd like to say something about that. I think that if you're an interpreter, I remember when I was pregnant, and I remember my colleagues as well, we did come to work, and every doctor says that you have to speak a lot with your child when you're pregnant, right? So I think all the children of our interpreters are well taken care of because their mums speak all the time, And then there's another thing that family is good for, multitasking. And, split attention. Because, as an interpreter, you listen, you process, you translate in your head, and then you produce it in another language. Now, so you do have to be able to do that. It's not ideal from the very beginning, and you improve. So if you have children, it really is useful. Because I am able to repeat a question asked by my child, even though the child thinks, no, you were not listening. So, 2 sentences back, I still remember them.
Fantastic. Michael, if we move on with the discussion, Giovanna from Italy wants to know if gender culture is taken into account when employing translators or interpreters. Does it matter what gender the language professional is?
What gender the language professional is. Ich mache jetzt wieder auf Deutsch.
Yes, I'll continue in German. Well, yes, in the Parliament, attention is paid to the gender balance. In translation, I can say that there are more women than men. I don't know what the case is for interpreters, but I imagine it's similar. These are typical female professions, and we are very privileged, I would say. We're well paid. I'm grateful to be here because we know what the market is like. and I do subtitling now, and I know that it's much more difficult for translators out on the private market, particularly now during the COVID crisis. It's very difficult for our colleagues. We, however, here are in a kind of bubble, really. Our employers look after us, we're well paid, we can learn new languages, we're very fortunate. And when you come here, you have to be feel some modesty, I think, because we have to realise that the world outside is quite a different one. But to come back to gender balance, yes, it is practiced here. Now, for example, I work in a department where women are being pushed more to leadership positions, and I think that's fantastic.
Is it the same or similar in the interpretation service, Agnieszka? And to that, let me just add another question. You said you've been here since 2003-4. Do you still love your job after all these years?
Okay, może zacznę od tego.
Okay, let me start with the first question. Well, there are many female colleagues and male colleagues. I'm not really sure about the proportion. I don't have any numbers, but I think we're a great mixed bunch. And the same goes for management. The Director General, I think there are many talented women and men. I think it's quite balanced. Now, to answer your second question, do I still love my job after so many years? Yes, absolutely. I think it's absolutely awesome for me as an interpreter that no day is the same. Now, Parliament is like the entire world. You speak about everything and the world is changing, so the topics change all the time. That's one thing. And then secondly, with every language you add to your combination, that's what we call it, you add it, then a new whole world opens up. So for example, in my case, Italian, you've got literature, you've got the culture, you've got politics in Italy, and even, Netflix. So this opens up to you. It's a whole new world. Obviously, you do have your techniques, you have your tools of the trade, where you can do it, you can do the job. It's like being a tailor or a shoemaker. You need your craft. You have the skills, but then you're adding new elements. So you've got another language, you've got your tools, but a new language is a new thing. So you're sort of adding skills to your instruments, to your life. And the greatest advantage of this job is something that we all love, which is we help people communicate. We are professional communicators. We make it possible for people to communicate, because otherwise they would not be able to communicate with each other. Sometimes when I sit here, the Polish booth is upstairs there, and you can see the entire room, and then when I hear a joke and somebody told, and then I see this wave of laughter going through the entire room, or for example applause, people clapping when somebody said something very moving, a strong statement, something convincing, something persuasive, it does make an impression. It's absolutely wonderful.
Kind of exciting, because I know it sounds really poncy, but you're a kind of witness to history sometimes. Or I might be translating and wondering whether to put COVID in capitals, or do I put a comma at the end of that sentence? But it's all about being clear in the communication. And here in this Parliament, we've had people speaking. We've had Nelson Mandela, the Dalai Lama. You have politicians from all over. It's a real privilege to be part of that.
Exactly. And Agnieszka talked about techniques and technology. Katrina, would you like to tell us how technology has impacted your work, specifically because of the times that we live in? Do you do more remote work now? How does that work?
Well, since I came, we've had quite some technological developments, But the basic work we do is still the same. Like Agnieszka said, we help people to communicate. It's actually it's gone from when I first came, we had papers in the booth with all the meeting documents. Now, of course, we have our iPads or hybrids, and we can view the documents on those. As for the current situation, we've had some months where we, before the summer, where we did quite some telework. So I spent that time working a lot on my French because I am sitting my test soon. And now we are sitting alone in a booth to keep up social distancing. So it's necessary, but it's also a bit lonely because, like I said before, interpreters are team workers, and I feel myself, and I know from a lot of my colleagues, that sitting alone when you're actually a team, it's not as nice as it was before. So we're hoping we can get back to the time before very soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have time for one more question. Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Michael, you mentioned that you worked in the subtitling unit, right? Do you have any advice for aspiring subtitle translators?
Ja, also ich würde sagen.
Well, I would say that the possibility, if you've specialized in subtitling in the Parliament, well, there are greater opportunities because there's a new department. It used to be very much focused on translation. And of course, a number of legal skills that enjoyed a prominent position, and clear communication, speaking in plain English or in clear language. And then subtitling was added. There are other considerations, for example, when it comes to audio capacity, or things have become a bit easier. And I always try to manage, in my case, if I love a language, I love the multicultural environment in general, and I think we should also have people who are specialized in subtitling.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for being with us. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope our panelists enjoyed it. Thank you to all of you. And I will pass the floor now over to Maria and Henry.
I dziękujemy wszystkim tłumaczom.
Thank you to the interpreters.
Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you very much to our colleagues in the translators and interpreters. This concludes the first half of the day. We will now take a short break and sanitize the hemicycle. Meanwhile, we encourage you to watch a live panel streamed from Luxembourg on traineeships in the translation service of the European Parliament, or tune in to the interpretation workshop your registration was earlier confirmed for.
So enjoy watching the panel. It starts at 1, or enjoy your workshop or your lunch, and we'll meet back here in the hemicycle at 2 o'clock. Nähdään pian. See you soon.
Hello from Luxembourg, and welcome to this online session dedicated to traineeship opportunities at the Translation Service of the European Parliament. My name is Sofia, and here with me today we have Maja, a Slovenian colleague that works at the Traineeships Department, and we also have Vangelis, a Greek language professional that previously was a trainee in our services. We welcome you to participate in this talk by using the comment section on the Facebook page of this event, Multilingualism Day 2020. We welcome in our translation service on average 160 trainees every year. It's huge, mainly in translation, but not only, right, Maja, in many other domains. Could you please let us know what kind of traineeships do we offer?
You're right. Not only in translation. So we offer 5 months traineeships with the possibility of extension for 1, 2, or 3 more months. Not only in training, in translation, yes, as you mentioned, but also in communication, in the administration, in IT. For example, those of you who are interested in IT, you could come and add our developers developing the IT tools, or the team who is maintaining those IT tools. They need a lot of trainees as well. We have other areas like, for example, terminology. Those of you who like terminology a lot, you could work on the terminology database, which has already 9 million terms. Can you imagine what an advantage? Or in editing, in audio, or in subtitling, the variety is really huge.
Yeah, indeed, a lot of domains. Vangelis, you were trainee at the Greek translation unit, right?
Exactly.
If I would ask you to give me 3 words to describe your 5 months traineeship at the Greek translation unit, which words would you pick up?
3 words, it's really hard to summarize all the months of work. I would probably say like challenges, support, and friendships, definitely. Challenges because it's a big thing to take the plane from your country and go to a place you don't know and begin working. Actually, you are expected to begin working on day one. It's a lot of things to do. The way to do all this is always through support, and there is the supervisor, always a supervisor there to greet you, to welcome you, to show you the tools we use, and then to help you with the texts and the revision of the texts. So the supervisor, of course, and all the colleagues in the team are always very supportive. And finally, friendships. For me, this experience was like a second Erasmus. I made friendships with people from all over Europe. We had a really great time in Luxembourg.
So challenges, support, friendships.
Exactly.
That's good. Our trainees can indeed try out a wide variety of tasks, as we just listened from Vangelis. I would like to share with you a short video in which we show you all services we provide and why is translation so important to keep multilingualism alive in the European Parliament. So let's have a look.
Imagine you're in plenary about to start a really important vote that's going to make a difference to the lives of millions of Europeans. You look down at your papers and realise you don't understand. The amendment is not in your language. This is where the translation service makes a difference. We ensure that all documents are available in all the languages that you need. And we also make sure that what you write is translated into all the other languages. Now imagine that you're writing a text yourself in a language that isn't yours. Maybe you need help with editing that text so that what you write is actually what you mean. We can help with that so that communication is smooth and error-free. And if you find yourself in a situation where you need that right word right now, you can even call our English language helpline. When you want to communicate with your voters back home, maybe you've got a video that you'd like to share with them. We can help with that by providing subtitles in all 24 EU languages. And if there's a complex European issue you'd really like your voters to understand, we can help make that accessible in their language, and this can be done in text or even in the form of an audio podcast. Multilingualism is the true heart of the European Union, and we can help you make that a reality.
Yes, we can indeed provide all these services with our trainees' help. Maya, I would like to continue with you. What do we expect from our trainees? And what can we offer them? Let's start with, what do we expect from our trainees?
What do we expect? Definitely fresh air. So fresh ideas, motivation, willingness to learn, curiosity, very important. And of course, expertise in their mother tongue. Because as you all know, we've been living abroad for quite some time now, and we tend to lose this connection with our mother tongue. And the trainees, they're a perfect bridge for that. So we learn a lot from them. We keep up to date with the language through the trainees, with the language developments, exactly. And translators always like to discuss translation problems with the trainees. So we both profit from each other. So it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Maya. Our trainees generally come from the member states, from their own countries, and they bring with them this fresh knowledge, fresh usage of their mother tongue, which is really important to translate some types of texts, namely the texts that aims at the general public, aims the citizens. So they know how to reach their fellow compatriots. They know the right language, the right tone to use in order to explain complex laws, decisions that are being made here in the European Parliament and that have an impact in their lives. So they better understand them. So I think trainees can give us a big help on specifically this kind of text, but not only, of course. And what can we offer them, Maya?
Yes, so what we offer to the trainees, it's a very versatile training, I would say. So they get an overview of how the units in the translation services work, how they cooperate among themselves. So they have a clear idea how this complex machine, let's say, works. And before the COVID situation, we used to take them to 2 study trips or missions, as we call them, one to Brussels, one to Strasbourg. The Brussels mission is more like a networking mission because they meet other trainees, for example, trainees from the Commission in Brussels, exactly. They meet an MEP, a member of the European Parliament, to whom they can ask as many questions as they want. And they also attend some committee meetings because, as you know, the MEPs discuss legislation in smaller groups, committees, and trainees can attend those meetings. Well, the Strasbourg session, for me, it's very rewarding, I have to say, because when I see the trainees entering that amazing building in Strasbourg, I get goosebumps because they have so huge smiles and they're really excited, and so am I. We enter the plenary session. I give them the seating plan, and they immediately check, our MEPs, I see there. Do I recognize them? So it's quite exciting. We also see how the voting goes. And apart from the Parliament, we also visit the Ombudsman offices and the Council of Europe.
So indeed, it's a fantastic opportunity to also understand how the European Union works.
Oh, yes.
Exactly. If I may add, during our Brussels mission, we also had a small session, information session, where they informed us about how to work for the European Union, what's the procedure, and I think there is a website for this where people can find more information as well.
EU Careers.
EU Careers, exactly.
Yeah. So all this is very important. All that you learn from your language unit, from all these study trips, all this is extremely important. But I think the social aspect is also very important, isn't it, Vangelis?
Exactly.
Some time ago, you told me you used to have language classes among you trainees.
True.
Can you tell us more about these language classes?
Actually, trainees themselves, they organize some language classes where the rule is that we teach our mother tongue to other trainees. So classes are formed according to people who volunteer to teach and those who want actually to learn. And I think it's a great opportunity to try a great variety of languages. You could find like Estonian, Finnish, Irish, Maltese languages, which are not really there to get information. From my personal experience, I taught for a while a Turkish language class. Even if it's not my mother tongue, I had a bit of experience, so I said, why not? And it was quite rewarding because we had, my students were from all over Europe. I had students from the Netherlands, from from Slovenia, and I also had I participated in a class of Romanian.
Yourself.
And exactly.
You learned Romanian.
I tried to learn from scratch. Everything is from scratch. Yeah.
So we can say they can, in 5 months, they can get some basics in a new language.
Yeah. How to say hello and the stuff. And there's also the fun part, because we bring some small delicacies and things. And it's also a very binding moment where we are with trainees we didn't know each other before, and it's also an opportunity to meet each other.
Yeah, to meet people from all over Europe. This is a great opportunity indeed. And Vangelis, you, as a huge majority of our trainees, you did your traineeship in Luxembourg.
Exactly.
Is it good to be a trainee in a small country like Luxembourg?
Indeed, a small country. At the same time, I think it's a very good combination between small places and big cosmopolitan cities. Because it's true that it's a quiet place, a really safe place. At the same time, it's really cosmopolitan. When you walk out in the streets, you hear people talking in all languages of Europe, all languages of the world, actually. So that's very rewarding, and it makes you feel you are in a bigger place, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
And the other good thing is that it's in a very good location, centrally located. You can really easily travel to France, to Belgium, to Germany. Borders are like less than 30 minutes by car.
Oh, by train?
By train, Paris is just 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it's really easy to travel.
So you recommend?
Around. For sure.
So myself, I've been living here for some years now, and I definitely recommend Luxembourg. I mean, it's a paradise for language geeks, for people willing to meet new cultures, learn new languages. And I would like to share a very nice 3 minutes video that presents Luxembourg. Let's have a look.
Luxembourg is the only Grand Duchy in the world, a Grand Dukedom with an undeniable fairy tale charm. Bordering France, Germany and Belgium, Luxembourg is a beautiful country and a great place to live and work. Luxembourg, 3 words and values which sum up the country: openness, dynamism and reliability. To get a sense of what a global society can be, you only need to visit Luxembourg, one of the most cosmopolitan countries in the world. Almost 50% of Luxembourg's population is made up of foreigners originating from more than 170 nationalities and speaking no less than 80 languages. Luxembourg's labour market is highly international and multilingual. Around 70% of the country's workforce is composed of foreigners. Luxembourg's large multinational community with like-minded people allows singles and families to feel welcome and to make new friends quickly and easily. While the country has 3 officially recognized languages, Luxembourgish, French and German, English is widely spoken. Not only is Luxembourg an exciting place to work, it also is a really good place to live with an impressive quality of life. This green and diverse country, which consistently ranks amongst the safest places in the world, has a stable economy, strong social cohesion, a first-rate healthcare system, attractive social benefits, and a large network of international schools and daycare facilities. It is normal for children to learn 3 or more languages at school, enabling them to develop in a truly international setting. Scenic landscapes make hiking, cycling, and enjoying the outdoors fun and a great way to unwind. Enjoy the vibrant nightlife, visit a concert at the Philharmonie, not forgetting the various world-famous bands who come and perform in concert. It is easy to get anywhere in Luxembourg by car, bus, tram, train, or even bike. Well, almost. and to take a short break in the many large cities in neighbouring countries. Luxembourg has retained its national identity with popular wine festivals, the Schuberfeuer dating back to 1340. People from all over the world have come to Luxembourg and have contributed to building an international and multicultural society at the forefront of technology. Luxembourg. Together, let's make it happen.
So Luxembourg looks pretty good, isn't it? I see we are running a little bit out of time, so we invite you to post your comments on the comments section of the Facebook Live. We will definitely come back to you after this session. Vangelis, I wanted to come back a little bit to our conversation and to talk about your experience in the Greek translation unit. Which kind of tasks were allocated to you? Could you please give concrete examples to our listeners?
Okay, I see. Well, of course, when you begin, you're not expected to know everything. You begin with a kind of simple text that it's a way to get to know also the tools.
The translation tools.
Yeah, and the jargon as well. So we begin always with small, simple text like agendas for meetings, and it's also quite rewarding because at the same time you can imagine that the agenda you translated today, tomorrow it could be used by the member of the European Parliament from your country.
Yeah,
and
a Greek member can
indeed.
read and follow your version. Yeah, this is
It's important. It's rewarding.
Rewarding,
when you know
of
that
course.
Your work
will be
read.
seen and read and
Exactly.
by MEPs.
But then, as time passes by, I think I passed from almost all kind of texts we have in the legislative work, more complex texts, texts that are used for the plenary, which have to be translated really quickly and pay attention to details. The good thing is that there is also some kind of creative work. Like, for example, there are the flash news, and the flash news are small news, really short, where memory doesn't help you. It's really creative, and after you translated it, you go to the studio and you record it to be broadcast on radio, and that's really something different, something very creative, something I really enjoyed.
So you've done that?
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Not only translating, but also recording audio.
Also recording audio, yeah.
Good. So yeah, trainees can really try out a lot of tasks.
A lot of tasks, indeed.
So Maya, I think many of our listeners may be interested in applying for one of our traineeships. But what are the requirements? What are the conditions? Could you please specify?
Sure, with pleasure. So they have to be over 18. But there's no maximum age, so don't be shy. They have to have a university diploma, not necessarily in translation, because as we said, we highly value different backgrounds. So having, I don't know, a biologist, a historian, or a finance expert in the unit is a big asset for the unit. So they have experts in-house. Then you shouldn't have worked for more than 2 consecutive months in one of the European institutions. This includes traineeships. And then there are some language requirements. So for translators, you have to have a perfect command of one of the EU official languages, your mother tongue, and a very good knowledge of 2 other languages. And of those 2, preferably one should be English, French, or German. For non-linguists, so for those units, as I mentioned in the beginning, communication, IT, terminology, and so on, you don't have to have 3 languages, but 1 + 1 is enough. But again, English and or French is quite obligatory because not for discriminatory reasons, but since those units are multilingual, they need a common language so they're able to communicate.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. So actually you asked a question, you answered a question from Philip Pshenak this morning.
Good.
He was asking if we requested any particular diplomas, if he had to have a diploma in translation or language background. The answer is no. So
No.
our
Any
traineeships
diplomas are welcome.
open to all.
Yes.
So you have to have a university diploma. This is
Yes.
important information indeed.
Yes.
And we highly value diversity.
Very
as you
much.
said.
Yes.
And can I apply any time of the year, or there are specific application periods?
You cannot apply any time of the
Yeah,
year,
yeah.
unfortunately. We have 2 application periods, one in June and one in November. So it comes soon. So we invite you to apply in November. The application period lasts 1 month. So as from 1st of November to the last of November, you'll be applying for the traineeships in next March. So the traineeships start taking place in March or October. So in a week time, we will be welcoming the next group of trainees.
In October.
In October.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
So indeed, next application period, take note,
November.
So you have November to apply. Don't worry if you didn't note it down, all these conditions. We will post it at the comments section. And in any case, you search simply online for traineeships, translation service, European Parliament, and you will find all the relevant websites information. Good. And I think many of our listeners are actually wondering themselves, is it a paid traineeship, Maya?
Indeed, it is a paid traineeship. Trainees get 1,300 euros per month.
Okay.
And we have to add here that also travel costs are covered. And for the 2 missions in Brussels and Strasbourg, where there is overnight stay included, those accommodation and travel costs are covered as well.
So very good advantage. Vangelis, is it difficult, easy to find accommodation here in Luxembourg? Did you get any help from the European Parliament to help you looking for accommodation?
Yeah, now accommodation could be a tricky issue.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we receive a list by the European Parliament once we get accepted for the traineeship. With available accommodation. My tip would be to avoid the city center, which
of
can
Luxembourg.
be of Luxembourg, of Luxembourg, which can be really expensive, and look for housing, in the environs, and it would be, I think, way cheaper. That was my personal experience.
Yeah.
And the good thing is that transport is for free in Luxembourg. So wherever you live in the country, you can take a train, a tram, a bus, and go to work and don't have to pay anything for that.
For not only for trainees, for everybody.
For
actually.
everybody,
Yeah.
for everybody.
It's a recent decision.
It's for free. So it could be tricky, but there are ways to avoid the high cost.
Very good. And I'm sure, Vangelis, our listeners are very interested in having from you some tips for their applications. I mean, from your experience, when they are writing down, they will be writing down their CVs, their applications, their cover letters. What should they definitely avoid in their CVs and cover letters, and what should they do? What are your tips?
I see. But what they should do, it's about the content. They should be themselves. I mean, be yourselves, give your best self, present who you are. And for me, it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, that's the key. Now, definitely don't do mistakes. I mean, grammar, syntax, it's important. It's really important. I'm sure that when they evaluate, when my colleagues evaluate the applications, if they see a mistake, it will just go.
Yeah. Be careful, really careful.
Yeah, that's really important. So a good idea would also be to have a friend reread the cover letter and the CV. And also about the cover letter, it's a good opportunity to use a good level of language. It should be in the mother tongue, isn't that right, Maya?
For translators, yes.
For translators,
yes.
It's in their mother tongue. So it's the opportunity to show to people how well you know to use the language. And it's also important. It also matters in the evaluation.
Yeah.
So don't do any mistakes.
And maybe we should add that for those non-linguistic traineeships, the motivation letter should be in English, but it's always very well specified in the traineeship offer. So when you read the requirements of a specific traineeship offer, it's written there which language should the motivation be in.
Exactly.
And as you mentioned, they have to be creative, and especially for the languages where there's a huge competition, like Italian, German, Spanish, there really your motivation letter has to stand out.
Yeah. Indeed, we receive a high number of applications.
Yes.
But if you follow Maya and Vangeli's advices, I'm sure it will be fine. Maya, there's something here we still didn't speak about. It's COVID. Unfortunately, we are living all difficult times, sad times, I would even say. And the type of traineeship we can offer this year, next year, is not the same as 1 year ago, what we could offer 1 year ago, unfortunately. Could you please let us know, for instance, the trainees that will be coming in October, will they come to work? Will they work from home? What is the situation?
So most of the time they will work from home, or telework as we call it in-house.
Yeah.
So we all telework, but we do come to office, and the trainees will also come to office time to time because they will have to stay in touch with their supervisors, mentors, and of course other colleagues as well, because this is how they learn.
Yeah.
And because of that, we also had to adapt the training for the trainees as well, which means that most of the training is done online.
Yeah.
So we have online presentations, online training. But for those, for example, IT tools like Studio or the terminology database Yate, those trainings, we decided to keep them in classrooms, but with fewer participants, of course.
Right.
Yeah, so the message is really, it's still worth applying.
Yes,
we are doing our best to welcome you as the best we can, despite the circumstances. So yes, still apply, and that's the message.
And we became quite creative ourselves, I would say. So,
creating all sorts of online activities and training, and they definitely can still learn a lot from this 5 months experience. I think we are slightly coming to an end. I think I would like to wrap up this conversation by summarizing and giving you 3 reasons to be a trainee in the translation service of the European Parliament. First of all, it's a great learning experience in a multicultural and multilingual environment that will certainly boost your CV.
You have clear and defined responsibilities, and we very much highly value trainees' work.
And you will make long-lasting friendships and build your network.
Looks fine.
Yeah.
We
did our best.
we hope you enjoyed this talk as much as we did. So please stay tuned. There is still a lot of interesting talks this afternoon. Stay with us then. We will definitely come back to your questions related to traineeships after the session. So we hope to see you soon in one of our corridors here in Luxembourg.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigada e até breve.
Voilà, in lep dansje naprej.
Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή τύχη.
I think we may still be.
Welcome back to Multilingualism Day 2020, the event where we learn how the European Parliament works in 24 languages.
So far, we've learnt about the role that languages play in the democratic functioning of the European Parliament, heard about the daily work of the European Parliament's language professionals, and discussed careers in interpretation and translation. All of the panels can still be viewed on our website on demand. Remember, you can join in the debate and send your comments to the Facebook event Multilingualism Day 2020 page. We'll try our best to take your questions on board for our experts.
Please also leave us your feedback, as this is the first time we're organizing Multilingualism Day completely online. There is a survey that you can access on the Facebook event Multilingualism Day 2020, and you can also find the link on the Visit EP website. So we count on your support to improve for next year.
Maria, I actually have a question for you.
Shoot.
In fact, it was sent to us beforehand on Instagram by username Anyushka. With the current pandemic, how are meetings organized when people cannot come to the Parliament physically? And is interpretation still possible?
That's a very good question. In fact, most of Parliament staff are teleworking at the moment. Also, all large-scale events and visitor groups, for instance, had to be cancelled or have been suspended until further notice. But individual visitors can actually still access the Parliament's visitor centre, exhibitions, and even the hemicycle using a multimedia guide, which is available in all of the EU's 24 languages. They just have to follow a specific path, which is marked here on the premises. And you asked about the meetings. Now, as you might guess, they are still taking place. Members of Parliament can connect remotely if they're unable to travel to Brussels. Even remote voting was put into place for MEPs for the first time. Interpreters also are continuing to work, and meetings are multilingual. But COVID has had its impact, of course. Due to the social distancing measures in place, interpreters have to sit alone in their booths to keep safe. So one language booth team would actually be spread around three booths. This means that we can't always fit all the languages in the meeting room. And for those attending meetings in the Parliament premises, including interpreters, there are rules in place to ensure regular cleaning of working surfaces as well as social distancing.
Well, that is reassuring. Maria, as you know, we should have mentioned earlier again, one of the great things about our jobs is that we talk to people all the time and not always in our own language. So perhaps you can tell us about one of your most memorable experiences working in several languages. Any funny anecdotes?
Well, that's a tough one, but maybe I have one language-related incident that comes to mind. It was when I was in Strasbourg one time, and I was asked to give a presentation in French to a group of senior education specialists. So I prepared accordingly, of course, and I showed up on the spot. But much to my surprise, the group wasn't actually a group of senior education specialists, but rather a group of unruly school pupils. So I had to completely forget about the plans I'd made in advance and simply try and improvise and do something a bit more hand-on. I'm not a great educator, but I hope that the students had fun anyway.
Very good.
What about you, Henry? Do you have any interesting anecdotes that you could share?
Well, perhaps the most amusing is that since I am from the UK, I do generally speak to British, Irish groups and so on. And I always ask them if they can guess where I am from. And it turns out that after having lived abroad for 20 years in various countries, Spain, Poland, the Netherlands and now Belgium, my accent has changed so much that they just do not believe I'm from the UK. But interestingly enough, groups who do not have English as a native language often do guess that I am from the UK. So there you go.
So you've just taken on a new, improved identity.
Sometimes, yes. So let's now move on with our program. We'll now hear from our next panel, which will be a live discussion with European Parliament staff members on the importance of languages in their daily work. Stina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria and Henry, for that introduction. And thank you to our audience for reconnecting with us this afternoon. My name is Stina Sandgren. I am Swedish, and I was born in Stockholm, but I was brought up in the most northern part of my very long country. When I was 6 years old, my whole family moved to West Africa, and there I was schooled in an international school in English. I mixed there with local kids from the UK, the US, and Scandinavian countries. And I think that was when my interest for languages was born, and it has stayed with me ever since. After graduating from high school in Sweden, I moved to France, and there I studied interpretation. And that is how I ended up here as an interpreter in the European Parliament when my native country joined the European Union in 1995. I guess the biggest part of our audience wasn't even born that year. I then worked here as an interpreter for 25 years. I started out with 2 languages besides my mother tongue. That was French and English at the time. And along the road, I added 3 more working languages. Those were Danish, Spanish, and Italian. However, today I'm not here as an interpreter. I'm now working for and representing the European Parliament's Visitor Service. We are a very multilingual service. We have at least 1 staff member for every language sector. Our job is to receive visitors and tell them all about the European Parliament. So if you who are watching us now would be interested in visiting us with a group of friends, family, or colleagues, once COVID is over, of course, please go to our website and fill out an application. It's totally free of charge. And in the meantime, that means COVID time, we're happy to offer you online presentations instead. Now, before I introduce my guests, please remember that you can join in the discussion by sending in your comments on the comment section on our Facebook Live page. So, as you can see, we have a panel here of 3 very interesting people who work in different sectors of the European Parliament. I'll start from my left, Monica Medelianu. You work for the Directorate General for the Presidency. And is it correct to say that the unit you're heading prepares legislation to be passed through plenary?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
The easy way of expressing it. Rupert Wilkinson.
Hello.
You work for the Director General for Internal Policies.
That's right.
And more specifically in the Secretariat of the Budgets Committee.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa Jacobs, you are a parliamentary assistant.
Yes.
That means you work for an MEP. And we will come to what that entails in a short moment. Maybe I should start by asking, is the European Parliament a multilingual workplace? We've heard a lot from the language sectors of the European Parliament this morning, translators and interpreters. But what do you think about the EP administration? Is it multilingual? What would you say, Monica?
Thank you, Stina. Hello, everybody. Yes, definitely Parliament administration is a multilingual place. I can give you the example of my unit. I was just counting before this meeting, and basically I work on a daily basis with colleagues coming from 7 member states. And it often happens that you start the day speaking English, you write some mails in English, but then in the afternoon you interact with somebody who speaks French, or speak French. And then it's also the best place to make use of the other languages that you know, and maybe you cannot practice elsewhere. So yeah, I speak Italian, so I can often interact with my colleagues in Italian. Since I came to Belgium about 13 years ago, I realized that it's quite important to know the language of the country you are in. So I knew French, but I didn't know Dutch. So I learned Dutch, and I'm looking at Lisa because she's from Netherlands. So knowing a language gives you access to something else. It's like a gate, and you meet people and you connect to people and you interact in different ways. And for me, that's amazing. And I think that's really the place to be. If you want to work in a multilingual environment, you find it here in Parliament.
Yes, I hope our audience heard that. The European Parliament is the place to be. What would you say, Lisa? Is it multilingual?
Yes, I guess so. To be honest, I think working for a Dutch MEP and working in a mainly Dutch team, I speak in our team often Dutch, but when I interact with other parliamentary assistants or when we have meetings, you mainly talk in English. At least for me, but it's nice that even though you kind of maybe work in all the languages, you hear a lot of languages during a meeting on the other side of the corridor, and you pick up words and a bit of a language along the way. And also sometimes it's nice to when you look into a report, and it's if you're interested in languages, to just go through a bit of the languages and see how it is written or how it's written down in another language.
So you would say you've actually learned more languages since you started here?
I definitely improved my French and English as a working language, of course. And I think along the way you become a bit more sensitive to languages, so you pick up things from other languages easier as well. Even if it's just in the elevator, you try to hear some things. And to be honest, that doesn't work for all languages, because some languages are still like, I don't know what they're saying at the moment. But I think it's very interesting to get a bit of a feeling of other languages as well.
Yes, some of them are very different indeed.
Yes.
We even have different alphabets among the languages represented here in the European Parliament. Rupert, I happen to know that you're very good at languages. You're actually one of the very few Brits that I know who speak French without an accent. So how many languages do you actually speak, and how do you use them in your job?
So I don't actually speak that many languages. I'd love to say I did, but so I speak French pretty well, quite well. I speak Spanish as well, and I speak a little bit of Portuguese, and not very good Italian, which compared to most Brits is a lot. And that's one of the nice things about being British, actually, because if you speak one language, then people think it's amazing. If you were, I don't know, Finnish, and you could only speak one other language, then people would be like, well, I don't need to speak to that person. But if you're British, then it's an astonishing achievement. And how do I use them? I use them quite a lot, actually, in my daily work. So in the unit where I work, when I'm dealing with my colleagues, usually it's either English or French. And then when speaking with colleagues, if I'm speaking to a Spanish colleague, I try and speak Spanish. They don't always want me to speak in Spanish to them. Generally the Spanish are okay, but I don't try Portuguese with my Portuguese colleagues because they get bored very quickly. And then dealing with members there's a big difference, I think, dealing with one's colleagues and dealing with members of Parliament, because members, if you can speak to them in their language, they really like it when you can speak in their language. So they much prefer, if you can speak in French to a Francophone member, or in Spanish to a Spanish-speaking member. And the Portuguese love it when you speak to them in Portuguese. We tend to switch to English or French depending on the language they prefer. But they're very happy when you open the conversation in Portuguese, and then they spot quite quickly that you're not going to finish the conversation in Portuguese.
But I guess that's not a problem. Yeah, but I guess it's also sort of the way we are working here, because you say, like, I don't speak that many languages, but you already mentioned 5, which maybe in the environment here in the European Parliament, it wouldn't say it's average, but there are a lot of people who speak many languages. But I guess when I'm back in the Netherlands and with friends and family, and then, then I like to speak, if I speak with a German person, even though my German is not very, very good, but I like to practice it. And then a lot of people are like looking at me like, okay, but you just go ahead and try. It's like, yeah, because I guess you work in an environment where it's very open to at least try. And I would say, like, for a lot of people, speaking 5 languages is really a lot. Maybe not so much here because there's people maybe
well, that's
7.
That's the thing.
But
you know,
still, it's, yeah.
I mean, I have colleagues who speak 5, 6, 7. I remember when I started in a language service, there was one colleague, this was before the new member states joined, who could, I think, speak every single language. So, in comparison with that, then I'm not very good.
That sounds
in comparison with most Brits, yeah.
And what was that, the 12 language?
That was 13 at the time, no? Was it 12, 13?
In 1995, it went up to 12 languages when Sweden joined.
This was 1999.
No, but there's still quite a few languages to learn.
But a funny thing is that once you speak a couple of languages, then it becomes easier and easier to learn new languages. So it kind of, the brain works in that way, that it becomes easier, and you accumulate by hearing and looking and reading documents. So the exposure to a multilingual environment makes you become multilingual.
Yes, that's definitely true. Your brain is not conditioned to only one language. It sort of expands. That's what I have.
And I think Lisa was right, and she said, you're not so embarrassed as you might have been in another environment, because everybody's speaking several languages, so you can always launch into a conversation without too much trouble.
So probably people are very careful when they are in elevators, because you never know
who's
listening and who's there.
Yes,
that's true. You can never count on no one understanding your language, even if it's a less used one. Lisa, we have quite a young audience, and I think they would be interested in knowing what exactly does your job consist of?
Yeah. So I started working as a political assistant in 2015 already. And let's say, so I work for a Dutch member of parliament here. And most members of parliament have a team of like 2, 3, sometimes 4 political assistants. And a member of parliament is always free to see how he wants to divide the jobs in an office. But mainly it is that you, at least for us, you have a part of like, we do work on legislation and we do some organizational stuff. So for me, it is I work on social affairs and employment issues. And in this case, I, let's say, I prepare the meetings, I write policy briefings if necessary to explain certain legislation. I go to meetings, I draft amendments to legislation, and of course I discuss this then with my boss. So that's, let's say, the legislative part of the work I do. But next to that, we have some organizational tasks in our office, and for me that's mainly, well, not at the moment, but it's also having visitors groups over, because we're from the Netherlands, and actually we're from the south of the Netherlands, so coming to Brussels is quite close, and a lot of people can come for a day. So we often have a lot of visitors groups visiting, and I tour them through the parliament, and I explain them the work here, and then later they talk with my boss about his work as well. And that's, for me, it's really a lot of fun to do, because it teaches you a bit how to speak in public and to speak with a group. And also it forces you sort of like to explain this sometimes maybe difficult work here, or, well, not difficult, but you work specific legislation, you work with a lot of structures that are maybe not known to people, and it's good that you, in this way, you're sort of like forced to explain it to people who don't know what's going on here. And I always enjoy it, because you get a lot of questions back as well.
Yeah, that sounds pretty advanced, what you do. How does one become an MEP assistant?
Well, there are many ways. I think I wouldn't say the most common one, but there, of course, for me, at least, I started as an intern in the office of my boss. So I finished university, and then I was looking for some real life experience, working experience. So I started as an intern. I worked as an intern for 5 months, and then there was a position in the office, and it really worked well in the office, so from both sides. And then I could start. And I think in a lot of ways this happens because you work in such a small team. We're only like 4 people who work together, and you need to have a good working environment. You need to get along very well with your boss and your other colleagues as well. So I've seen it quite a lot that it happened this way. Yeah.
So what does one do if we have people in the audience interested in trying out this job? Should they contact an MEP directly, or?
Yeah, I think I think for us, we often get emails of people who are interested in internship, and well, most of the time it's not possible because we only have like normally 2 interns a year, so for like a period of 5 months. Yeah. Just write an MEP you think you will be interested to work for, and maybe has a spot there. But I think that's the best way to work. You can also look at the political websites of the groups or of the parties. But yeah, writing an email to an MEP is definitely a way. Yeah.
It's definitely worth it.
Yeah, no, I was also going to say, just as a recommendation, people can do traineeships with Parliament as well,
yes,
or with the political groups. And obviously, once you're in, it's much easier to find a job. You know, if you're working as a trainee, even in the administration, it's easier to find a job with a member of Parliament if you're looking to become an assistant afterwards, because it's much easier. You know people, you get to know people. And members of Parliament are generally looking for people who have some understanding of the environment. It's much easier for them to take somebody who has been to a committee meeting and has a basic understanding of what's going on, rather than someone who is going to arrive completely fresh and without any knowledge of the way the place works. Yes. Because it's quite a complex environment.
Yeah, it is, yes. Monica, I think that you work directly with trainees as well. You are responsible for trainees in your unit or in your directorate?
Yeah, in my directorate, we receive every year about 12 trainees. If you look on the website, there is more information about the Schumann traineeships for university graduates. So basically, we have 2 rounds of trainees, one starting in March and one starting in October. And yeah, we are really happy because we welcome young law graduates, and we try to show them as much as possible and also benefit from their experience and their knowledge. But the idea, just like Rupert said, it's already a big advantage to be here working as a trainee because you understand how things happen. The procedural circuits are very complex and very complicated, and being there, you already are in the house, and from there the opportunities kind of present themselves, and you know how to do well in an EPSO competition. You can apply possibly for contract agent posts. So it's being inside which is important. And yeah, we try to make the experience of our trainees as rich as possible and organize trainings and even meetings with the members of Parliament, and to show them as much as possible about the house and the workings of the house.
Mm-hmm. So that's a good way to enter the European institutions, you would say. Mm-hmm. Do you know how many trainees we take per year?
A lot, I believe. It's in the past, the system was quite complicated. So now I know the application is online and it's very easy to apply. And we see also for our service that the applications increase every year, every round, a lot. But I don't have the exact figures for the whole Parliament. So, Stina,
neither do I, actually. But I know that we're still taking trainees, even though there is, of course, less work because there are less people present on EP
actually, that was one of the main concerns of the current round of trainees due to start in October, because since March, everything changed. We all work remotely. Coming and seeing meetings, committee meetings in physical presence is not possible or very difficult. And it is a lot of uncertainty for people coming from other member states who are young, don't have sufficient resources, and they have to stay here. But what we do, we try to make this a very meaningful experience, and we connect with them, we stay in touch on a daily basis, we meet in the office, they come to work in the proportion that we are allowed to come to, and respecting all social distancing rules. But the idea is that even in this period, it's important to continue and do these things and encourage young people to get access to Parliament.
Yes, and it's a very open procedure. I wanted to quote from the EP website on traineeships, where it says the European Parliament is an equal opportunities employer. Candidates without distinction as to gender, sexual orientation, cultural, ethnic and religious backgrounds or disability are encouraged to apply with reasonable accommodation available for successful candidates with disabilities who may need them. So everybody can apply, so don't hesitate to do that. I happen to know that both Rupert and Monica are former lawyer linguists. Can you tell me a little bit about what a lawyer linguist actually does?
Perhaps Monica should take that question because she actually is one at the moment. I can come in afterwards.
Okay. Yes. So you know that multilingualism is a principle of set in the treaties, and basically all language versions of every act adopted by Parliament are equally authentic and have the same weight. So the main job of the lawyer linguist is to make sure that all the legislation adopted means the same in all the languages and has the same legal effects. And because, it's like writing an email and you have to write it in 24 languages, you can't draft in 24 languages simultaneously. So basically, a legal act is drafted in English, and then it's translated, and then is where the lawyer linguists intervene, and they check everything, and they make sure that all the concepts are aligned, the terminology used is consistent, and that's a big part of the job. But lately, because of the complexity of everything, we have moved from just verifying text to helping members and members' assistants and committee secretariats drafting legislation. And this is really a very important development in our job because it allows us to intervene in the very beginning, and there are lots of rules and the complex procedure. I don't want to go into the details, but basically my colleagues follow all pieces of legislation from the very beginning until the very end and respond to all needs for drafting and procedural advice by members and our colleagues in the committee secretariats. So, it feels like you take part in the shaping of legislation, and it's a very meaningful contribution and very rewarding. At the end of the day, when you see that drafting advice you provided makes it up to the final stage in the final act, which is published, it's a very satisfying feeling.
But do I understand it correctly that a lawyer linguist does not translate, but just verify the legal version of a text?
Yes, we verify what we call, the term used is that we finalize all acts. So there is this gap between the moment an agreement is reached between Parliament and Council acting as co-legislators and the moment the act is finally published. And in this period of roughly 2 months, we check everything and finalize it. Yeah.
Anything to add, Rupert?
Yes, so when I joined the lawyer linguist service, it was actually before it was a lawyer language service. So it was just a language service at the time, and so I was then taken into it when it switched, even though I'm not a lawyer at all. So I was told by my head of unit that I was the last non-lawyer to be recruited, and I don't know whether that meant that they realised that they couldn't take any more non-lawyers because of me, or whether this was something to be proud of. I don't know. So at the time, because I was obviously in the English section, we had a slightly different role in the sense that we were, because everything is done in English. To start off with, because the negotiations are in English with the council. So we were very involved in the helping to ensure that the drafting was right from the beginning, not always successfully, because that's one of the problems with people negotiating in English. Often they're not English, and even if they were English, it wouldn't make an enormous amount of difference, actually, because they can also draft extremely badly. And people just don't think, of course, when they're drafting in English, that it has to be translated subsequently into all of these other languages. And so, you end up with text which is far from clear, often because people haven't given any or little thought to the process afterwards of turning the text into law in all these other languages. And so it was extremely interesting, and the service has moved on since I left, and they've become a very important service in Parliament, and they provide a very useful service to people in committee secretariats who often are not English or English language themselves, of course. And so they need help and support in drafting properly in English. And also, it's not just a language question, it's also a legal question. You know, they can provide support on the right formulations that make sense in a regulation. Because you know, you can't write anything. Some people think you can, and they try to, but you can't. It doesn't work.
I think indeed, well, it's funny now I'm hearing it from the other side, because I've been in the room and sitting at the table and discussing, negotiating a text, which is then, let's say, okay, I assist there, but it's mainly a political discussion that's going on, and there needs to be found a political agreement on a text, and then it's like, they look to the left like, okay, maybe the lawyer linguist can also say if what we put here is actually correct, or we can put it there. And sometimes they offer advice indeed on the spot, and sometimes they say, like, okay, we need to look into it a bit. But yeah, it's funny to hear it also from the other side, because I think the people who are negotiating are sometimes so busy with the political aspect that they indeed draft sometimes things that you think like, okay, maybe this is not completely correct, and it needs to be redrafted at the end.
Yeah, it's also a question of nuances, because English has many nuances and it's very sort of concentrated, and you don't have, like in French, so many words for so many possibilities, and sometimes something that is very clear in English doesn't really make sense in another language, or you have to say it in another way so that it's easily translatable and implemented. But we don't focus only on English, because members speak their own language, so then we can also provide, being in this service that covers all 24 languages, so we have lawyer linguists from all the 24 languages. It's often at committee stage that members want to table amendments in their own language, and then they seek our advice on how to draft them and how to present them in the proper form and to express what they really want to say.
Speaking of that, there's a question for you, Lisa, on Facebook. Marie wants to know, when you draft amendments, do you draft them in English or in Dutch?
Both, I have to say. It depends a bit. Lately, I've been doing a bit more in English, I guess, because I was... then I start reading the draft text in English, and I have a lot of input from reports and from talks I had with experts in English, and then the terminology is English for me, so then I draft it in English. And indeed, I do miss, because English is not my native language, I do make mistakes there as well, but I know that there is a service that sometimes gets back to you and say, like, okay, maybe we should redraft it a bit. But I do it in Dutch as well, because of course I work for a Dutch member, and we draft, he's elected in the Netherlands, and we want people in the Netherlands to also see and know what he, let's say, what he amends in the legislation. So I do it in Dutch as well. It depends a little bit on, well, the sort of report.
Mm-hmm. We had a comment on Facebook. Some people, Vicky, for example, are commenting that it would be much nicer if panelists spoke, and moderators, their mother tongue. Comments for this is valid for all panels. And I just want to take the opportunity to explain that we would very much like to do that. I think Monica would like to speak Romanian. Well, Rupert, you could speak any other language.
It's okay.
Lisa might want to speak Dutch, and I might want to speak Swedish. But because of COVID, we have to respect restrictions. We have to spread the interpreters out over several booths, because they cannot share a booth, several interpreters at the time. And that is why we have this limited language regime today of 6 languages. Just a little explanation. We have comments on Facebook about, many of them are about the English language in some sense or the other. For example, Artemis is asking, is English going to be removed from being a basic EU language due to Brexit? What do you think, Rupert?
No. Not because of the UK. But because obviously Ireland remains a member state and will remain a member state, although some Brexiters like to encourage the Irish to reunite with the United Kingdom, but the Irish don't want to, and with good reason. So English will remain an official language, and it will remain a widely used working language. I think without any doubt.
I guess if it would officially, let's say, practical works, it would not work here in the Parliament, in the sense that, at least for me, it's the main language I speak with my colleagues, and you read text and reports and everything. So yeah, I think a lot of things would be sort of like falling apart if English wouldn't be an option anymore. So in practice, it's I would say the language most spoken and worked in here.
But actually, it's not. I mean, I remember when I joined in 2000 as an official, and where I started working was mainly French-speaking, actually. It was in Luxembourg, and I mean, I worked in the English language section, so we obviously spoke English. But with everybody else, more or less, we spoke in French, and it was actually enlargement that changed it. We went from one day, literally one day to the next. We switched from French in all meetings to English in all meetings. And then what I have noticed, I don't know whether it's to do with Brexit, but in our unit meetings, perhaps it's because there are quite a few French people in the unit, but sometimes we've sort of, not always, but often our unit meetings are in French. And that's more and more. So I don't know whether that's sort of some subconscious thought that Brexit has now happened, so we need to speak in French a bit more, but English will remain an official language.
That may depend on who your head of unit is.
Yes.
Right? If he or she is Romanian, there is a good chance that it's in French, right?
Yes, I would love it to be in Romanian, but it's not an easy language to learn.
It's not easy.
But yeah, also for my service, I think the main language of communication and everything, service-wide communication and guidelines is done in English.
Mm-hmm. A related question is asked by José Luis. Do you think that the use of English as lingua franca, so this is sort of the opposite, will lead to the end of multilingualism? I think we've already more or less answered that. Hopefully not, huh?
No.
Right. Can I ask you, how did you arrive at the Parliament, Monica?
For me, it was a sort of obvious choice. I mean, I was kidding about it when I was in Romania, because I finished a bilingual high school, and then I finished my law studies, and then I started working for the governmental body that was preparing Romania's accession to the Union. And back then I was always saying, okay, I'm working here, but then afterwards I'm going to work for the Union and for Parliament. And that's how it happened. So it was a normal continuation of my studies and combined with my professional experience. So I was preparing Romania's accession, that was done, and then I could come and work for the Union afterwards.
It was a natural step for you. I think you're not the only one in that situation.
Yes, actually I have colleagues in my current unit that used to work together with me in the Romanian Ministry of European Integration. So it's a small cluster of people that had the same path as I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very happy that I did that. It's really an amazing opportunity.
Yes.
It's a very good experience.
So you've been working here since 2007.
Mm-hmm.
And Rupert?
Well, in total, since 1996.
Right. And Lisa, you started with your member for this term, so last year?
No, I started in 2015, so already in his previous term.
Oh, right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And your contract now is related to your members'
Yes, that's the
mandate.
thing. I think that's a difference also, to Monica and Rupert, that when you work for a member of parliament here, you, let's say all political assistants have the same contract with the parliament, but it is dependent on the member they work for. So if there, I don't think so, but if there is in the meantime, my member would do something else or quit. And that would also mean that my contract is terminated. But I do have a contract now for the upcoming 4 years. So in total for the 5 years that members of parliament are here. And it cannot be longer. It can be short, of course, you can have a 1-year contract, but I do have a 5-year one. So last year it was, of course I was very happy that my member was re-elected. So that means that I had another contract to work for him.
Time is running out, but maybe one last question that a lot of people are asking. As a Brit, how come you're still here?
Because you have tried to get rid of me. Because
Not at all.
Because it was decided that British officials would be allowed to remain, even if they are only British. But it just so happens that I'm also French. So I became French in 2016, in the year of the referendum. So I launched the procedure before the referendum because I thought that there was a very strong chance that we would vote to leave. So I mean, I'm always amazed that people claim to be surprised, to have been surprised when they saw the outcome of the referendum, because I wasn't terribly surprised. So I think officially I became French in late 2016. So they even if the European Parliament wanted to get rid of me, they couldn't.
I don't think it wants to. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the three of you. It was very interesting to listen to you, and I'm sure the audience agrees. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks to the panelists and to Stina for the interesting discussion. Now, Henry, we actually asked our viewers to send some questions for us on social media beforehand. One of the questions was related to the flags that we can see up here in the hemicycle, and actually the order of those flags. Can you tell us why the flags are in that particular order?
Yes, indeed, I can. It's actually quite easy, and of course this is not a question which would fit easily into one of our panels, so we shall take it. It's actually quite easy. It is alphabetical order of the name of the country in the language of the country. So E for España, D for Deutschland, and so on. Which means, since we had a British colleague as well earlier, the British flag before Brexit, it used to be right on the end there, and it has now been replaced with an EU flag. So that made it at least quite easy.
That's interesting. Another question came on Instagram from Sarah, or Sarah. The question is, how many languages do you have to speak to work in the EU? Now, we've talked in length about translator and interpreter positions, but what about other EU officials like you and I?
Indeed, so it does, of course, depend on the job, but to become a simple EU official like us, you essentially need to be able to work in a minimum of 2 languages. So to be more exact, you must have a thorough knowledge of one of the official EU languages and satisfactory knowledge of a second EU language. So as we heard earlier, for language professionals, you need a little bit more. You need to have a perfect knowledge of one official EU language and a thorough knowledge of 2. So a little bit easier for us.
So to summarize, studying languages is very useful if you intend to pursue a career in the EU, but you also don't need to be a language genius. So knowledge of 2 languages is enough for officials, or 3 if you want to work as a linguist. Okay, another question that we received came in from Becca Larson. Henry, I think you will be the perfect person to answer this question, as you're a bit of a rare species around here. We just mentioned British EU officials, and you yourself being British, I thought I'd ask you this question. Now, Becca wanted to know if there are still UK citizens working for the EU, and if Brexit had an impact on the status of the English language.
Well, as we heard earlier, English is here to stay, at least for the foreseeable future. In fact, to change the linguistic regime, you need agreement from the national government. So it will be quite difficult to get rid of English. It's a popular second language and, of course, official language in 2 EU member states. As for the UK civil servants here in the EU, as we heard, we are allowed to stay, but to become a civil servant here in the EU, you have to be an EU citizen. So no new EU civil servants will be hired from the UK, unless, of course, they have dual nationality, as our guest did earlier. So this is how it works, and I'm allowed to stay as well.
That's lucky for me and all of us here. And I'd also like to take the opportunity now to discuss also the process of becoming an EU civil servant. Could you just briefly explain us how one would go about that?
Yes, so it's a similar situation, a process to the translators, interpreters, and all the details are online. You can check the EPSO page, that's the European Personnel Selection Office, EPSO. If you put it into a search engine, you will find it. But to summarize, you have to be an EU citizen, have generally completed your university studies, be capable of working in at least 2 languages, and indeed pass the test in those 2 languages. So each profile will have a slightly different requirement, but this is the general rule. And in addition to that, of course, as we heard, there are all the internship opportunities.
That's very interesting. And now we're all a bit more updated on how exactly one would become an EU official. But now let's move on with the program. You've heard already how to become a translator, how to become an interpreter. Now, next up, we'll find out whether you should be concerned that robots will be replacing you anytime soon. Let's hear how technology is changing the ways of working of translators and interpreters. Hanna-Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria. Indeed, the next panel with our Parliament translators and interpreters will concentrate on whether and if then how the job of translators and interpreters has evolved over time and whether it's maybe changing as we speak. My name is Hanna-Lisa. I work for the Parliament's Interpretation Service and I will be moderating the panel discussion with our 4 panelists today. But before we have a round of introductions, I would just like to remind you that we would be very happy to receive any questions that you have, and I will promise to ask as many of them as we can in the next 45 minutes or so. But now let's meet our panelists, and if we can start with you, Pete, then we would be very happy.
Hi there, I'm Peter. I'm a conference interpreter in the English booth. That means I work into English, and I've been here in the European Parliament since 2008.
Thank you. Hilary?
Hello, my name is Hilary. I started my career here at Parliament in 2007 as a translator. I worked also as an editor, and I've been an administrator, and now I'm about to become a translator again.
Thank you. Milena?
Hi, I'm Milena, and I'm also a conference interpreter like Pete. I work in the Slovenian booth, and I've been here for a really long time, for almost 18 years now.
Thank you. Incidentally, I've been here 18 years as well, and it doesn't seem that long at all. And Gea, what about you?
Hello, I am Gea, and I have been working in the Parliament since 2007, and my job title is an intercultural and language professional.
I have never heard of intercultural and language professionals. What are they?
That is quite a recent development. So I am still a translator, but I have a more expanded role as a translator. So I, as an intercultural and language professional, I translate and adapt the texts about the work of the Parliament or topics about the European Union into a language that an ordinary citizen understands. So I translate it into a clear, understandable, reader-friendly language. And I use my life experience as an Estonian to do that. So I don't only translate the language, but I really take into account the cultural context.
So if I understand correctly, you haven't always been an intercultural language professional, but you started as a translator, if I'm
Yes, that's right. I started as an Estonian translator in 2007, and only this year in January I took on the new role as an intercultural and language professional.
That's very interesting, because we didn't even get through the round of introductions without seeing that actually the roles or even the job titles of translators and interpreters can change over time. Is that the same for interpreters, Pete?
Well, I don't know. I've always been an interpreter. I haven't really changed my job title since I started, and I don't really want to right now. I'm quite enjoying my job.
So you're saying that your job hasn't changed that much?
My job hasn't changed that significantly. I mean, I still do pretty much exactly the same. I'm thinking about what might have changed. I think mostly it's the presence of documents in the booth. When I started, we used to have these big piles of paper documents all over the desk, and they've disappeared. So now we have iPads and computers to replace those. That's the main difference. Otherwise, I think it's not changed that much.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that your job is still the same, that the aim of your job is still just the same, but maybe the way you do it has changed a little bit.
I don't know. I mean, there's still me and my console. People in the meeting speak. I interpret. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's changed very much.
Milena, you are an interpreter as well. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mostly agree with Pete. I mean, we still do the same job. We listen to people and we try to convey the meaning. But as Pete said, the way we do it changed a bit, because there are no longer piles of paper in the booths. You also prepare using the technology. We live in a world in which it's very important to do things as fast as possible. So that's also noticeable when people speak. So I think many MEPs and other guests, experts, speak much faster. They read their speeches and so on. So things are changing, but the main profession is staying the same.
And despite the fact that the main profession is staying the same, are there new skills that you've had to learn? As I imagine when Pete was saying beforehand, you just went through dictionaries, you had files of paper, now you're doing it all online. I guess the resources are much, much wider. How do you choose? Is that a skill?
Yeah, sure. You have to learn to use the digital technology. You find new resources, and yes, you have to adapt. But I think the technology make things easier, and you get to the results faster.
Hilary, you said you were a translator, and Gea is a translator, but a different kind of translator. What does that mean? What do you do exactly?
Well, what Gea and I are doing are a little different, although we still work very closely together. I must say, first of all, that hasn't changed, thankfully. So I would say for someone like me, my focus is more on the translation of, we'll say, legislative texts or texts that have a sort of more official, we'll say, value or more technical language. So in that sense, it's slightly different, whereas Gea is adapting language for people at home so that they can feel closer to Parliament in a sense and that they get real value from what's going on here. So in my capacity, I'm still doing the same job that I did many years ago. It's just that technology has made it, how could I put this? I'm able to spend less time preparing and setting up my work, and I can actually spend the time on the intellectual component, which I enjoy and which I've always enjoyed the most. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense to me. I'm sure to our viewers as well. But I would just like to come back to Gea briefly and to your new job title. Congratulations, by the way. But what is it that you do exactly then?
Yes, thank you, Hilary. You were already explaining it very well. As Hilary was saying, she is doing the legislative texts. So what an intercultural and language professional, what they are doing is that we are turning these complex subjects into the texts that a layperson would understand, a non-specialist. Which means that, yes, really, when I'm working on my texts, I'm thinking about my family and friends in Estonia, how they would receive it, how they would understand it. So, as I said, I'm using a lot of the cultural knowledge in order to communicate that message in a clear language.
And what kind of texts do you translate?
Yes, we translate 3 types of material. So it can be texts for websites that would inform citizens about certain information campaigns. It would be maybe, for example, there is a 30th anniversary of German reunification coming up, so we would translate that for a website so that to inform about that. Then there would also be like a podcast on the same event so that people could listen to it. And then there would be also an informative video so that we would translate the subtitles for that video.
So you would be doing podcasts and subtitling. That also sounds to me like there are new technical skills that you have either had to learn or you learned them when you were studying translation, if you were studying translation. So which is it? Is it something that you came with already, that knowledge, or did you learn it while on the job?
Definitely not. I did not learn it whilst doing my translation training. This has all been an added value here. So, for example, we have followed voice coaching training in order to record these podcasts ourselves. So that is an extra skill that I very much enjoy. Then also all the subtitling training we have received here, because that is a totally different way of translating texts. So this is something that we have learned here, and it is not that we have had to do beforehand.
That sounds very interesting, and that actually your reply to a few comments or questions that we just received on Facebook, so thank you very much for it. Talking about skills and what you started off with and what you have now after all of you, that you have been here at the Parliament for quite a long time. How is it with the interpreters? Is there something that you, during your studies, learned, but what is now maybe slowly coming outdated, a skill that you no longer need as such? Milena, maybe we could start with you.
I think consecutive interpretation would be the obvious answer, because you study it at the university, then it's very important at the exam. You have to pass the exam with consecutive interpretation. But I have to admit that I haven't used it in a really long time. But there might also be a difference between smaller languages like Slovenian and bigger languages like English. I don't know, Pete, about you?
Well, yes, I've certainly learned it at university, but I must admit I haven't used it in that way for ever, really. When you study at university, you learn how to interpret a 5 minutes or 8 minute speech with a pad, and you have to redo it from memory. I've never actually had to do that in public before. I know I've seen colleagues do it. It does exist, usually at the end of some formal meal when they're doing some speeches at the end. And I've seen colleagues do a fantastic job. But I've never actually had to do it myself, strangely enough. But what we do have these days, which has really replaced consecutive interpreting a lot, is the Relive system, which is a kind of tour guide interpreting system where you walk around with a microphone. So you can take people on a tour around a museum or a factory or somewhere like that, and you walk around with your microphone and you interpret as you go along, which is quite fun.
Just just a question to clarify for our viewers who are maybe not aware of the details of interpreting. What is exactly consecutive interpreting?
Consecutive interpreting is basically where you hold a notepad in your hand, the speaker speaks for maybe 5 minutes, makes a speech, and then you repeat that speech in your own language on the basis of your notes. So that was, I believe, the way things were done in the early days of the League of Nations before the Second World War.
That sounds like the meetings were very long then.
I believe so.
So the first, let's say, technological development that interpreting probably went through was to move from consecutive to simultaneous interpreting. And simultaneous interpreting, Milena, is, I believe, what we see here today, where we have colleagues sitting in the booths.
Yes, I don't know if the camera can move, but if it could, you could see our colleagues in the booths working, and that would be simultaneous interpretation.
And if I understand Pete then correctly again, then this valise system that you mentioned, where you go around as a tour guide, but you're an interpreter, is something in between.
Well, actually, it's very like simultaneous interpreting, which is why I really like it. You do the same things that you would in a normal interpreting booth, except you can do it walking around, which is great. For example, when you can have people in a meeting, I remember an exhibition, and I was walking around at the back of the room looking at the exhibition while I interpreted. It was fun, it's nice.
And is this kind of interpreting taught in interpretation schools, or was it taught when you were studying? Or is that a new kind of interpreting?
No, when I was studying, no, we did not study valise interpretation as such. I don't know if things have changed, but I think at least for the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia, I can say they still concentrate on consecutive a lot and on simultaneous.
Hilary, Pete was mentioning that he used to walk around with a big bag full of dictionaries and go into the booth 20 kilos heavier than he would be without, and he is today. How is it for translators? What kind of technological resource do you use in your work, if any, at all?
That was something I used to do too. Once upon a time, I would have a bag of dictionaries that I would carry around to exams. So I completely understand where Pete is coming from. However, since my time at university, there's been a focus on training translators to use computer-assisted translation tools, and that's a normal part of our business now. The tools are just there to facilitate us, so it's not that they are in any way interfering with the process. They're just using we'll say translation material that's been translated before, and filling in the gaps where we need it, and then we can work on areas where translation has to be done from scratch. So we also use a variety of online tools, including e-dictionaries, although I must admit, and I'll quote you, Annalise, because you said it the other day, we are word nerds. So I am very fond of my paper dictionaries. I think we all are. But sometimes the e-dictionary just makes it so much easier. You can click on something and find it really quickly. And when time is of the essence, when you have a very important document and it needs to go out, it's just the easiest way. But in my heart of hearts, I will always be a paper dictionary girl.
What about the others? Milena, are you a paper dictionary nerd as well?
No, I have to admit that I abandoned my dictionaries, which are now mostly used by my kids, who surprisingly enough still have to learn at school how to search for words in an actual paper dictionary. I don't know if that's a skill they are really gonna need. But thinking about it, I might get back to the paper dictionaries, because now that I'm getting older, I start noticing that my eyes get tired much faster staring at a screen of a tablet or a mobile phone. So maybe searching for words in a paper dictionary is not that bad.
And Gea, do you use pen and paper still, or is it all computerized?
Yes, I definitely use pen and paper. I was thinking about, when you were talking about the dictionaries, that actually my dream was to, be this researcher in a library, rustling these dusty pages of dictionaries and rare books and finding information from there. And now, actually, when I think about it, I don't use a paper dictionary at all. I really do all my research online, but the pen and paper I use when I revise my work. So I always print my draft out, because that's when I see my text much better than on the screen. So we definitely use pen and paper. I know that other translators do that as well, that they always revise their work on paper.
And in your new job, where you adapt texts, legislative texts, for example, to communicative texts, what kind of resource can you draw back on? Because I can guess that a normal dictionary doesn't really help you that much.
No, not really. So I was thinking about that when Hillary was talking about it, about how technology helps us. And I was thinking about how much translation tools, how much technology we use when we translate legislative texts. For example, 50% of translations are recycled, meaning that old translations are used in order to speed up the process and in order to keep the consistency of the terminology. But now, in my new role, I don't use translation tools, meaning I don't use machine translation at all, because I find that more disruptive. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help with the creative process. Plus, also in the new job, our texts are not as voluminous. Yes, that's the word. So in that sense, we really go through the process sentence by sentence, not having to use the help of technology.
Both you, Gerd, and Hillary, you mentioned that the technology helps you to be faster. And Pete, in one of your answers, when I asked you about whether the job that you do has changed, you also said that the speakers are getting faster. So everything is becoming a lot faster, and in the booth it must be quite a challenge to manage fast speakers. How do you do that? What's the secret?
Well, actually, I'm not totally convinced that speakers have got that much faster. I've only been working for 10 years or so I haven't noticed that much of a difference. But there are different kinds of fast speakers. Some fast speakers are really easy to do because their structure is so logical that you can follow exactly what they're saying. You don't have to wait for the end of the sentence because it's already there. They're so quick. So they can be really easy. Other fast speakers are reading from a script. They have the paper in front of their nose. They use 5 technical terms per sentence. Then it's just tough.
And how do you cope with that? What do you need to be able to cope with that?
Lots of adrenaline and a bit of guesswork sometimes. If it's you have to fill in the gaps. You have to, if they're going so fast you can't fully get every little detail, you try to summarize to try and at least get the main message that the speaker is trying to pass on.
And Milena, what helps you in preparing? I presume you prepare for meetings, and what helps you to cope with fast speakers, for example?
It's about conveying the message, as Pete said. So I think that when you're in the booth, you just have to do it. You cannot just stay silent. You have a second and you have to try and convey the meaning. But what can help you is good background knowledge, good interpretation technique, and broad general knowledge, and good survival skills.
That definitely. But how do you prepare then? How do you prepare for general knowledge? What does that mean?
That means that you need to follow the news in all your working languages. you need to be interested in what's happening around you. That's where students often have problems, I notice, at their final exams when I'm a jury member. And of course, you also study the documents which are available for a certain meeting. You study them in all of your working languages again, so it's lots of work, and you have to prepare terminology, you have to consult dictionaries, nowadays mostly online, unless you really, really like your paper dictionaries, and so on. And if you have these basic tools, then mostly you're able to do it.
Something you just said brings me to a question that is probably very interesting to most of our viewers. How many languages do you work with? We can start with you, Milena, and then...
I haven't counted. English, German, French, Italian, and Croatian into Slovenian, and Slovenian into German. So that would be 6, I guess.
No wonder that you've lost count. What about the others? Pete, what are your working languages?
Yeah, I work from French, German, Portuguese, Italian, and Swedish into English.
Well, that's equally impressive. Hilary?
I work mostly into Irish, although I can work into English too, from either language, with French and German, mostly into Irish though.
And Gea?
Well, the most of the texts are in English, so that is the main language I translate from. So from English into my mother tongue, that is Estonian. Also from French, and maybe it is also interesting for the budding translators to know that when we use our translation tool, then at the same time when you're translating, you can also check what the other language translators are doing. For example, when there is a tricky sentence, you can check, for example, in my case, I check a lot of Finnish translators' work, because our languages are really similar, in order to get some inspiration or even a solution from there. So in that sense, you can also see what the other language translators are doing at the same time when you are translating. So you're all simultaneously translating.
That sounds actually very interesting. I never thought about translators comparing each other's translations, but it also sounds quite time-consuming, and I imagine that time in the booth you don't have. And that ties in very well with a question that we just received over Facebook, where one viewer is asking whether conference interpretation education trains you specifically in vocabulary used in legislative texts and law. Or do you need more specific training before you can start working for the EU? Pete?
Well, that's a very interesting question, because I don't think that interpreter training really prepares you for what you're going to face in the booth in real life. And it's left entirely up to the interpreters, usually, to get that extra background knowledge, all of the general knowledge that Milena was mentioning. You have to work out what the clients need and then teach yourself in the first few years of the job especially exactly what kind of vocabulary is going to hit you. So interpreting courses, they teach you to the technique for dealing with different kinds of speakers, and they do try to push you in the direction of legislative, political vocabulary, but you can't really know what's going to hit you until you start working here, I think. But I have also done some very interesting courses at work, economics in particular. It's very useful for interpreters to know about economics in this building. And that was quite eye-opening, and I've studied quite a lot of economics the last few years.
So does that mean that even though you get a qualification either as an interpreter or a translator, and you already get a job here in the Parliament as one, that actually you're not always ready and you can't just sit back and relax, but it's a constant learning process? Would that be a correct summary of what Pete was just saying? I don't know, Milena, do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's not true just for beginners, for students. That's true for us as well. Being an interpreter means that you are constantly learning new things. As Pete mentioned, we do lots of seminars, we do lots of training, we learn new languages and so on. But as a student, after you finish your studies, you can have a good basis if you have a good interpretation technique, if you have a broad general knowledge. And what I forgot before is if you, of course, understand foreign languages that you studied very well and the culture hiding behind them.
And for translators, is that the case as well, that you have to, in a way, like our title says, constantly evolve?
Absolutely, but to be honest, we love it. I don't think, I mean, why would you want a job where you weren't always learning something new? And I've worked with colleagues from the youngest recruits to people near retirement, and their attitude is all the same. It doesn't matter what stage of your career you're at here. Enthusiasm for learning and for understanding, that never changes. It's a constant in an evolving profession.
It also sounds to me like it's one thing, the hours that you spend at your desk or in your booth, that's one thing, but then you have to put a lot of extra effort into actually being able to perform at your desk or in the booth. So there's a lot of preparation work that goes into your professions, and it's a constant learning process. Would you agree with that, Gea?
I totally agree. And what I really agree with is that you really... this job is for super curious people. You know, you constantly want to follow what is going on around the world, keep up with the news, and you know, either read in your language or listen to your mother tongue news, something like that, or read about specialized topics, and you're constantly working on something, constantly reading, constantly listening. So here it is not possible otherwise, and that is one reason why I really love this job, because you know, one thing is that you can like, for example, translators, they have to be really precise and a little bit perfectionist, but at the same time this job allows you to also satisfy this curiosity, because you really go deep into one topic, and then you can put it on the side, and then you start working with the next text with a totally different topic, and you again go deep into it. So that is really amazing. That's very exciting.
And Hilary, do you have any training opportunities as a translator in the Parliament?
Absolutely. There's always language training, but as Pete said, there are other areas where we can train. We can learn about specialist topics. So that could be finance or economics. We can choose to follow courses online. It's very important for us that we develop all the time, and that can include learning more about, don't want to bore people, but IT too. That can be exciting to see the developments, to learn how to use tools more efficiently. So there's a very broad spectrum involved, and I think generally from where we work, we're encouraged all the time to look for new topics, new interests that might be relevant for our job, and to train and learn as much as we can.
But what kind of tools do you use exactly? Or,
every day?
Every day in your... What is something that you cannot do without anymore in your everyday job?
Well, CAT tools, computer-assisted translation tools. So when you start work in the morning... Well, I would say too, workflow is very important. So when you come in the morning, knowing what jobs you have to do, it's something that I find very useful. You can log on and just see, oh, I have so many things to do today, and you can plan your day accordingly. And that's great, because when I started here in 2007, I normally had a sheet of papers this high, and I would plan my week on a Monday and plan everything on a piece of paper. That's been one great evolution. I don't have to do that anymore, so I always know where I am. And then using the translation tools is... It seems, I think to outsiders it may seem a little intimidating, but it's not, because when you come here, you're trained to do everything. And people shouldn't feel intimidated in any way. It's very accessible. We provide all the training for everyone. And in fact, I find it very enjoyable to use the tools. And I enjoyed just the feeling of moving quickly through a text sometimes and being able to finish it and neatly kind of tick it off in a box and know it's done. And the tools help with that kind of sense of, there's a sense of fulfillment too with using an IT tool in translation, I have to admit.
But if you already have tools that you can use to do part of your work, why wouldn't machines replace everything that you do? Maria asked a provocative question when she was leading in this discussion, that whether robots were going to replace translators and interpreters. So why aren't machines doing it 100% of the time when they can do it partly? Gea?
Well, there is still, the machines are still a little bit behind, but I'm pretty sure they will catch up, and that's when we're going to be in trouble, and in a general sense, not only that the translators' jobs are in trouble. So, for example, I can say that in my case, when I use machine translation, then it can actually look smooth, like a proper sentence, but still the machine is not, for example, connecting the whole text together, is not getting the meaning, definitely not getting any emotional meaning, any irony or jokes. So this is something that I will have to add into it. And this is actually the part I enjoy the most. So the idea is that they would speed up the process and also help us to, and also take away maybe the tedious part of translation, so that we can add our creative touch.
And for interpreters, Pete, will machines overtake you one day?
I'm pretty sure that they will one day, but I've got no idea when. For the moment, they're not capable of doing it, it seems, or at least not to the standard required. I don't know how long it will take. I really have no idea. But I think it's quite different compared with translation, that in translation you're finding more and more tasks are being done by the computer, whereas in interpreting, I think it's still very much the interpreter with their console, and any extra information at the side is useful, but it can actually distract us. So there's a limit to how much technology can actually help us when we're doing our job. In fact, we just need to concentrate on what we're doing. And I think that when it does come, rather than some tasks being automated, I think it will be from one day to the next, it will be just the robots take over.
Wow, that's quite a statement. Milena, what do you think about machines or robots taking over interpreting? Is it likely?
Well, I think interpretation is no exception. If it's going to happen elsewhere, it's going to happen in interpretation as well. So this is a more general question. But at the moment, the machines are not developed enough yet. Because, as we said before, interpretation is about conveying the meaning, not just the words. So there is the nonverbal communication, there are nuances, there is irony. If I, for example, pose a simple question, what are you doing? Yes, the machine will be able to recognize those words, what are you doing, and will be able to interpret them into a different language. But it won't know if I'm just curious and I'm asking you, what are you doing? Or if I'm looking at my child painting the living room's wall green and saying, what are you doing? For the machine, that's all the same.
That's true. Hilary?
Well, I suppose I think the day the machines can do what I do, well, I think the question is there will be bigger problems for humanity than, do translators and interpreters have a future?
Very good. Allow me to come briefly to how the Parliament works now in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Has that meant a change in the way you work for you? Can we start with Pete, maybe?
Sure. Well, yes, things have changed quite a bit. We're now working alone in the booth, which is different, because you can't talk to your colleagues, you can't ask them, what did the speaker just say? That's one difficulty. The other thing is, of course, that the members can't come to the meetings. So they are now using an interactive platform, so they're phoning in from home, which is we're getting through the crisis okay with, although I must say that the quality of the sound is not up to our usual levels, should we say, and that is a really big difficulty.
Yeah, do you agree with Pete that that is a completely new way of working? Well, if not a complete new way of working, but it's changed a lot since the outbreak of the pandemic?
It's definitely a new way of working. There is additional stress, as Pete said, because we are physically separated, so you sit alone in the booth. It's difficult to communicate with your colleagues, and you have to communicate with the rest of your team, because we work in a team of 3. And yes, then there is web-based interpretation. I mean, at least we use the platform for remote participation. And yes, things are not always perfect, but I think that without this platform, we wouldn't be able to do our work at all. So it is a useful tool, but for now, as you said, machines are not developed enough yet, so they need our cooperation. If participants do not cooperate with the machine, then, of course, the results are not perfect. The machine, in order to have a perfect sound, needs a headset. If the participants are not willing to use a headset, for example, of course, the quality of the sound deteriorates. So if we all work together, if we use the technology to our advantage, I think that this new tool has quite a future.
We have an interesting question on Facebook from Julia, which actually ties in with the conversation we're having, and it is about whether translators are allowed to take their work home with them, or whether it's forbidden. So it actually also ties in with COVID. Do you still work in offices, or do you occasionally also work from home? Hilary?
Well, since COVID, we have been working from home, and it's been relatively successful. I mean, we've been able to do it. Of course, the workload in the beginning wasn't as high because it was the same for everyone. So it's sort of, how could I put it, leveled out the playing field a bit. Do translators take their work home with them? I suppose they do, in a sense, even when they're in the office, because in a way we're always thinking about things, like what could I have written instead of that, or thinking, in a way you're always thinking about translation indirectly. But for the moment, yeah, we work from home. The only thing about working from home, although it's great, is just missing your colleagues, and because we really work as a team, even though we're like interpreters, kind of each producing something as an individual, but it's a sense of togetherness and being able to discuss difficult topics that makes the job really enjoyable.
Thank you. And we're almost coming to the end of our discussions, but I just wanted to ask Gea, maybe, what skills would you recommend that young people should focus on to one day to be able to do what you do today?
Well, of course, language skills, and what I cannot emphasize enough is that usually young people really focus on foreign language skills. But I can say, from my personal experience, I had freelanced a lot translating into English when I came to the parliament, and I was actually struggling with my own mother tongue. So what I say, that please, this is the most important language, really, to read a lot in your mother tongue, to read a lot of good quality journals, books, to really pay attention to the sentence, the structure, the vocabulary, and this is really, I would say, the most important skill in the end.
And Pete, what would you say? What would be the most important skills for a new interpreter to have?
Well, I mean, the language skills are the obvious ones, but they're just the basis for what you do. You need to just be a curious person. If you're a curious person, then there is a lot that you can discover. And then you look into different areas. That will help your interpreting. It helps your vocabulary across all of the different fields they talk about in meetings. And if the robots do come one day, maybe all of those other skills that you have on the side might come in handy.
Might indeed. And to round up, Hilary, do you still love your job?
Absolutely. I think I love it more now than I did 14 years ago.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think I've learned to appreciate it more and feel a sense of belonging, if that makes sense, amongst so many interesting, curious people.
Milena, what about you? Do you still love your job? Or do you love it more, like Hilary?
Do I still love my job? Love might go a bit too far, I think. I still like it because it's dynamic, it's challenging, it's never boring. So yeah, I still enjoy it.
Pete?
Yes, I love my job, and I must say that I think my personality traits would probably be a liability in pretty much any other job. I really like the adrenaline of just being able to concentrate really hard on a speech and then daydream. So yes, I really enjoy my work, and it suits me.
And yeah, the same question to you, no surprise.
I definitely love my job even more, because when I joined, I wasn't even, as a young person, I wasn't even thinking of or understanding the sense of what I'm going to be part of. So now, with experience and knowledge that I have gained working here, I really understand and I feel this privilege of being part of this. So yes, definitely love it more.
What a beautiful note to finish this panel discussion on. Thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you for all our panelists. It's lovely to see your enthusiasm for your work. And I will now hand over back to our hosts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the panel, and thank you, Hanna-Lisa, the moderator, for sharing your experiences and your impressions. Now, languages have always played an important part in European history. In fact, one could say that translation is the language of Europe.
If you want to get to know the history of the EU, the House of European History, just across the park from us, is the right place for you. In fact, they've offered a multilingualism-related program today. They've organized a tour to take a look at the history of languages in Europe, using anecdotes and objects to show how languages have shaped its rich diversity.
So let's briefly jump across the park to the House of European History, where our colleagues will guide us through the history of Europe through a linguistic lens. Historic lens, sorry. And Blandine and Theodora, our colleagues, will tell you all about it.
Welcome to the House of European History, a museum located in Brussels, where you can explore the way history shaped a sense of European memory and how it continues to influence our lives today. I am now standing in front of the Vortex of History, a 25-meter-high metal installation spanning across the 6 floors of the museum. It was designed by Boris Mika and Todo Muta Studio in Spain and connects the topics and events the exhibition covers. This remarkable piece of scenography evokes the dynamism of history and its ever-changing interpretations. When the branches of the vortex stretch out into the exhibition spaces, the letters merge into quotations in various languages. As you can start to realize, languages are at the core of the experience of the visitor at the House of European History.
Now let's explore together the museum's permanent exhibition through the angle of linguistic diversity. Europe is, and has always been, an incredibly diverse place. There are 143 languages that evolved on the continent, complemented by more than 250 immigrant languages. These are an expression of the richness of Europe's diverse cultural heritage. Think about translations. When Europeans meet, the number of possible language combinations is immense. Multilingualism is also at the heart of the House of European History, as visitors can explore the museum's permanent exhibition in 24 different languages, thus opening up its content to a wide range of audiences.
The myth of Europa, which our permanent exhibition begins with, is an interesting example of cultural transfer in ancient times. It illustrates the origin not only of the continent's name, but also of the European alphabets. In the myth, Europa is described as a princess with a demigoddess status, daughter of King Agenor of Tyre in Phoenicia. Thus, the king of gods falls in love with the princess and takes on the form of a beautiful white bull to seduce her and kidnap her. He swims off with her across the Mediterranean Sea, away from Asia to the island of Crete. Meanwhile, King Agenor sends out his sons in search for their abducted sister. One of them, Cadmus, brings with him his knowledge of the Phoenician alphabet to the Greek world, leading to the development of the Greek alphabet, the basis of all European alphabets. We know the story of Europa and Cadmus from the Greek historian Herodotus, who wrote his histories in the 5th century before Common Era. These Phoenicians who came with Cadmus brought with them to Hellas, among many other kinds of learning, the alphabet, which had been unknown before this, I think, to the Greeks.
We are now a few floors up in the exhibition, in the middle of Europe's 20th century. On my left is one of the first milestones of European integration, one of the many pillar showcases that run through the exhibition to highlight the history of European integration after 1945, under the momentum of Robert Schumann's declaration on the 9th of May 1950, 6 countries, Belgium, France, West Germany, Italy, Luxembourg and the Netherlands, reached agreement and created the European Coal and Steel Community in 1951. This marks the starting point of the European integration process. Many key steps will follow, many more countries will join, and therefore more languages will become part of this process. Take a look at the spelling of Europe on this iron ingot from 1953. It omits the final letter E, as spelled in French, and A, as seen in German, Dutch, and Italian. Why is the word Europe written like that? Because language is a powerful way to illustrate the compromise at the heart of the new European coal and steel community.
In this section of the exhibition, we present the Europeanization processes of the 1990s and the first 2 decades of the 2000s that have made Europeans and European countries grow together in many different respects. At the same time, through enlargements and migration movements, diversity has been growing over time in Europe. One of the most palpable expressions of that is precisely the way multilingualism works in practice across European people. I am now standing in front of a wall of bilingual dictionaries, a sample of the many language combinations possible among official languages but also minority ones. Translation, says the writer Umberto Eco, is the language of Europe. Here at the House of European History, we exhibit in this section the work of our colleagues, interpreters and translators, who are really the craftsmen and women of this linguistic diversity within the institutions of the European Union. Here, we can see an example of interpretation equipment for 6 languages, dating from after the enlargement of 1973. Following the enlargement of 2013, the 24 official languages gave rise to 552 possible interpretation combinations. Words are the tools of interpreters and translators. This means not only seeking the correct terminology for the subject matter in hand, but also keeping in touch with the way European languages are constantly evolving, creating new words and expressions. Here you can see a multilingual dictionary of new words from the European Parliament dating from 2013. But this showcase and this section do not only present recent objects and documents, since linguistic diversity has been a defining feature of Europe since ancient times, as we saw, and throughout its history.
In spite of its wealth of languages, Europe is not the most linguistically diverse of all continents, as it features only 2.2% of the world's languages. What is unique to Europe, however, is the way languages have been standardized for centuries. The invention of the printing press in the 15th century meant that Latin was overtaken by vernacular languages. In this showcase, we can see a dictionary from the 16th century found in Venice, which is part of the museum's collection. What is special about it is that it covers 5 different languages: Latin, Italian, Croatian, German, and Hungarian. Of course, linguistic diversity and multilingualism do not mean that there is not one language more widely spoken throughout Europe. English has already become the common European language, but it hasn't always been the case. Latin, Greek, and Church Slavonic were once Europe's lingua francas, enabling people of different languages to communicate with each other. French would later become the language of diplomacy. In the later 20th century, in Eastern Europe, people were mostly studying Russian. Take a look at 2 examples of manuals for learning Russian, one from Hungary and the other from East Germany. Could the European Constitution be rewritten in poetry? Following extensive debates about the European Union Constitution, Belgian poets David van Rooiproek and Peter Vermeersch wanted to see if they could come up with an alternative version. They worked together with more than 50 poets all around Europe on a constitution written by citizens themselves. Individual voices from all the corners of the continent speak about their common heritage in contrasting ways. Take a look at this digital installation, which shows fragments from the book The European Constitution in Verse, published in 2011. These unique contemporary verses voice concerns and hopes in more than 30 different languages.
Thank you to all those who joined us today for these snapshots of languages and linguistic diversity in the history of Europe.
If you are in Brussels, come and visit the museum. Otherwise, follow us on social media, where we share news about our upcoming events and exhibitions.
Seems that Henry has some trouble with his microphone. While he tries to sort it out, let's... I think that Henry is still experiencing issues with his microphone, but I believe that I'm being heard. So let's take it from the top. Apologies for that. Now, this was a very enlightening video. I certainly learned a lot. And I actually had no idea that the Latin alphabet was based on the Greek one, which in turn was based on the Phoenician one. So definitely many things that I learned and was able to take out from this video. And what's interesting is that amongst the EU languages, we actually have 3 different alphabets used. One of them you can see on the interpretation booth number 21, if we can spot it in the room. That's, of course, Bulgarian, the only language using a Cyrillic alphabet in the EU for the moment. The other 2 languages, or the other 2 alphabets, rather, of course, are the Greek alphabet and the Latin alphabets, as was mentioned before. And now, while our panel area is being set up, I believe that we can move on with the program and hand over to Mats for the last panel, which is entitled Multilingualism, What is it? Now, let me hand over to Mats, and let's hear what it's all about. Please.
Thank you very much, Maria. I'm hearing myself, so I'll just take this out. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this last panel discussion of the Multilingualism Day, where we will be speaking to some of the movers and shakers of multilingualism in Europe, in Brussels. My name is Mads, and I'm your moderator for this panel. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome our audience out there somewhere. Unfortunately, you cannot be with us here physically today. Hopefully next year it will be possible again. Please don't be shy and participate with your questions, remarks, reactions along the discussion. We'll try and follow on Facebook and put some of the questions possibly to the participants. And on the panel today, we have, is the Vice President there or not? No. So I'll start by introducing the panel live here in the room.
Yes.
I have... there she is. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hallo. Guten Tag. Willkommen.
Hallo.
Hello. I was just introducing everyone, so I'll start with you, Ms. Vice President Nicola Baer, who is one of the Vice Presidents of the European Parliament. She is responsible for multilingualism. Willkommen in die Runde. And then I will introduce Mr. Sven Gatz, Brussels Minister for the promotion of multilingualism, and many other things I have learned, but I will not enumerate them here. We have then 3 Directors General. Directors Generals are the big cheese of civil servants in the European Parliament, so the bosses of each their service. I have here in front of me Ms. Agnieszka Walter-Drop, who is the Director General for Logistics and Interpretation for Conferences. Welcome.
Welcome, everybody.
And I have also with me here my own boss, actually, Mr. Walter Mavric, who is the Director General for Translation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Jaume Duc, who is our Director General for Communications. Welcome.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you. And I'll start with my first question. It goes to the Vice President, Ms. Baer. Oh, now you're there. Sorry. Stop moving around. I would like to ask you what multilingualism means to you as an MEP in your daily job. What does it mean to be in a multilingual place?
Für mich ist Mehrsprachigkeit etwas, was...
Well, multilingualism is, for me, what makes Europe. It's very much to do with culture, with traditions, with a feeling for different people, for the different people with whom we make up Europe. Hence the motto, European Union, unity in diversity. I think that is so fitting. We've got our common values on the one hand, and then on the other hand we have this diverse culture which is expressed in particular by language. And when you bring the two together, that for me gives me a strong European feeling.
Mr. Gatz, if I can turn to you now, it's maybe the same for Brussels as a microcosmos. I know that, people who know Brussels know it's a multicultural and multilingual city, and I think today is even a very special day for multilingualism in Brussels, I have learned. So could you talk to us a little bit about what you're doing when you're doing the part of your job that has to do with multilingualism, please?
Well, the difference maybe with the European approach, or the approach of the European Parliament, is that maybe it has a little bit less to do in Brussels with the tradition, but a little bit more with the future. I explain myself. We have, of course, since long years, Dutch and French in Brussels as two major languages. But the fact that Brussels became the international capital and English and other languages became more important, installed a certain détente in between the Dutch and the French sometimes linguistic war. So maybe in the rest of Belgium we're trying to cope with it, but in Brussels we have a new situation where a new generation is asking for more multilingualism. And that is what I try to do as a minister in the Brussels government, finding new ways to promote the multilingualism in our schools, in cultural venues, but also with formation to get a better job. And so we are now starting with a policy, and it will take some years to get there, to develop the multilingualism as an element of Brussels citizenship. To talk more than one language or more languages is essential for citizenship. It is seen as such also by the younger generation, so it's not only a political speech. And of course, it's also an economical asset because you can easily find a better job by speaking more than one or two languages.
I see. Yeah, I think, well, the investment you're doing now is certainly, you have a long way to go, yes. I suppose. No?
Yes, because we have, for instance, a different school system. We have Dutch-speaking schools and French-speaking schools. And of course, this will not change overnight. But the Brussels population wants bilingual or multilingual educations. It's coming out of every inquiry for the last 5 or 10 years. So we have to find ways to stimulate, for instance, schools to be more active with this multilingualism, and we are going to give them ways so that they can use a sort of education toolbox and things like that. And today we had, as in your parliament, in the Brussels Parliament, the day of the Brussels multilingualism. It's not by coincidence. I visited you last year, and it was a very inspiring moment for me. And we also installed a council for multilingualism because for the moment it is in our governmental declaration, and I am a minister with a certain voluntarism, but I have to create a basis of people who surround me and with a good approach, with nuance, people from the field, but also people with an academic background. And so we have to, layer by layer, we have to try to create a good atmosphere for multilingualism in Brussels. That's what we are going to do.
It certainly sounds like a kind of ideal mini Europe in a way, where you are united in diversity as the vice president.
Well, yes.
If I may move on to...
Okay, of course.
Agnieszka, just for a minute. We'll get back to you later.
Yeah, no problem.
Agnieszka and also Walter, of course. When we think about multilingualism, we often indeed do think about interpreters and translators. And I would just like to ask both of you if you could tell us essentially what your services are doing. If we can start with you, Agnieszka.
Dziękuję bardzo, Mats.
Thank you very much. This is exactly what we do, what you're living through right now. We make communication possible, regardless of the language you speak, in real time. My DG is called Link, DG Link. It's quite neat. Link sort of implies linking, bridging, and make it possible for people to understand one another. In the European Parliament, we've got 24 languages. So if every one of them is present, is covered during a meeting, which is the case during plenary, for example, we have 552 language combinations. So we are magicians here. So we've got well-prepared, well-skilled people, those who are familiar with European politics. We put those people in a sort of like a puzzle around the meeting room in the booth so that everyone in the meeting room can understand each other. The MEPs can speak in their own languages or second languages or third languages, whichever they wish to use. And so that everybody who's listening in, because we're very transparent, can understand, our citizens need to understand what is going on and what's Europe all about.
Okay, is it the same for translators, Walter, or are there other elements?
Very similar indeed, Mess, yes. And I think it seems like a complex structure, especially when you look at numbers, at the language combinations that Agnieszka just mentioned, or the people around. But at the end of the day, it is about two rather complex processes, but in its essence very simple. And I'm going to talk about translation, and it all equally revolves around meetings, as with our colleagues interpreters. We went a little bit beyond maybe the translation service, and we started even calling our professions and our people around the process differently. For us, they are language professionals, because there are so many. No, though some of them that work with intercultural issues, some of them that work with laws, some of them that work with just checking what it was done, and some of them who support all the whole process. So imagine a meeting equally to our colleagues in the booths or in consecutive interpretation. We also, in a little bit before that time, the meeting starts, we provide everything that is written there. And everything that is written around that meeting has to be provided in all 24 languages. And whenever the meeting is successful, it is also successful because of these written documents that are, or text or content beforehand. And when it's beforehand well done, our MEPs who are elected by the citizens are well prepared, and of course they participate also with spoken word, which is then taken over by the colleagues interpreters. And I am very proud of this whole machinery behind that helps support the democracy, and that's our aim, to support the democracy. So at the same time, we are developing also new skills, and I am sure you're going to ask me more about it maybe in the future, but that's why also the aim of calling our teams the language professionals, and I'm willing to talk about more of that.
Yes, no, we will get back to that, Walter, don't you worry. And Jaume, your department is in charge of communication, and quite very basically, who is it you communicate to, and which role do languages play in this communication? Is it in all languages? Is it in one? How does it work?
Bueno, claro, lógicamente.
Well, of course, my department's work is communicating with the people directly or via the media, and to make sure that they've got all necessary information about what the Parliament is doing, what decisions are being taken, what the role of their elected representatives is. Vice President Bear talked about multilingualism, and that really is the DNA of this House. It really is the core of the functioning of this Parliament, even more so in the communication that we have with the people, with the citizens. We have to make ourselves understood, and that's not just about the kind of language, but which language we select and how people can communicate with the European Parliament. So we wish to offer the possibility to all citizens to communicate with the European Parliament in their own language, in the same way as the members of the European Parliament have the opportunity to communicate with their electorate in their own language. So it's not just about passing on information in all languages through websites and social media, but we also have a streaming system, we have a broadcast system which enables multilingual communication, which is the only possible kind of communication if we want the people to feel that the Parliament is close to them.
And do you have people on the ground also, people in the member states? How does it work?
Sí, lógicamente.
Yes. An important part of the communication system is in Brussels, working on daily business of this House, but communication also has a very important element, which is decentralisation. It's not just about which language you're going to use to communicate, but it's also about the subjects and topics that interest the people, which might not be the same for someone living in Germany or Spain or Sweden. They might have different priorities, and sometimes there are national priorities. So we make use of the possibility of having those members of staff in the capitals of the member states, which help us not only to communicate in the language of that country, but they also put the European Parliament in that national context.
Thank you very much for this first round where we learned a little bit about what it is you're doing. But I would like to maybe go even a step closer to you, because I would like to know what motivates you. No, and I would like to start with our politicians here. And again, Ms. Baer, if you could tell us a little bit about your relationship with languages. And I know you speak excellent French. We have a podcast where you are speaking, and it sounds magnifique. Yeah. But what is it that drives you in this area, also as a vice president for multilingualism?
Ja, also das, was mich...
Well, what drives me in general is, first of all, curiosity for people, and the best way of getting to know people is being able to communicate with them in their own language. But what also motivates me, if I look around Europe at local level or the kind of powers that we have at EU level, it's about how can we make life better for those people that I've met? How can I improve their day-to-day problems that they pass on to us through a letter or an email? And multilingualism is a big part of that, because compared to the 20 years that I spent in local, regional and national parliaments, this is an opportunity which is incredibly open. There is an atmosphere of getting closer to the people. So this is something which I have to address every day. I have to think, which language am I going to use in this particular situation? Am I going to use my own mother tongue, as I am at the moment? Or if I'm chairing the plenary, I have to think about what kind of language I'm going to use, like other vice presidents. I have to think about whether the subject matter is very complex. The discussion in the committee or in plenary, I perhaps want to be sure that I can express all the details of my point of view, or sometimes I might have a situation where I want to address someone in their own language. For example, you mentioned the fact that I speak French. I did a bilingual secondary school education with including French. So sometimes I use French to address someone, and then sometimes there is a larger group. In those cases, I might choose English, because often colleagues can manage with English. So I decide in different circumstances which language I'm going to use. How does the group feel? How am I going to be understood? To what extent can I make use of my own language? And that is why it's so fantastic that we have translators and interpreters that make it possible for us to speak our own language. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So there's this interhuman element in it. And also, you were also mentioning the multilingualism paradox in a way, where the more languages you have, the bigger the pressure for one language when you're in a bigger group, to understand each other. It's quite remarkable, I think. And if I may turn to you, Mr. Gatz, what motivated you, for example, to become the Minister for the Promotion of Multilingualism? Do you have a background in languages?
No, not especially.
But maybe I can speak French a bit, switching languages a bit. Actually, my native language is Dutch, but my mother is French, and I speak a bit of German as well. Speak it, well, somewhat. But actually, there are two things that led me to ask her for this responsibility. It's not that huge a responsibility. It's certainly not a big budget that goes towards multilingualism. But as I've said, there's an economic dimension, not just here in Brussels, but elsewhere. When you speak more languages, you have more life opportunities, quite simply. And also in Brussels, there's a significant segment of the population that we need to be able to reach out to, and languages can help us in that. There's also the idea of citizenship. It's not difficult if you live in a bubble in this city. There's not just a European bubble, but there's a Flemish bubble, there's a French-speaking bubble. But with the new generations, we're seeing translanguaging. You may hear code switching on the metro, speaking French or Berber or Arabic. It really comes quite naturally to the new generation. So with migration on the one hand, and with the fact that English is a reality in the European capital, there are new opportunities out there, and that motivates me, that drives me, because we can work towards a new form of social cohesion in my city, whereas we didn't have as much. More languages means more social cohesion, but I think that really is, as paradoxical as it may seem, the way things are moving. This morning there was a quote from Charlemagne I heard. I'll say it in English. He probably didn't say it in English, but it sounds good in English. He said, and this leads me to a point you made, Madam Vice President, because we can talk about the economy and citizenship, but there's also the emotional component.
Another language is to have another soul. Et je pense que c'est vrai.
And I think that's really quite true. It's not just intellectually that I speak another language with you, and I make that effort, but it's this openness to your culture, your language. In speaking another language, it's a human exchange.
Would agree with that. Learning a new language is indeed stepping into another world, and into another soul. That's very true. You start dreaming in the language also, and it's very quite moving, actually, I think.
Politics should be moving.
Yeah,
they indeed should, and I think the Vice President would agree.
Do your best.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah.
It's up to you. Our Directors General here on the panel, I know your work a little bit, but I think our public here maybe think it's really complex, and I know it's complex. So could you, Agnieszka, maybe tell a little bit about what your main challenges are? And I think what I'm actually asking is what keeps you awake at night, and what makes you get out of bed in the morning? What is it that drives you?
Oczywiście mówisz, Mats, o dwóch.
There are two things here. When you ask me what keeps you awake at night, that's the complexity, that's the pressure that we're under, especially now in COVID times. We want to make sure that our MEPs are able to perform the tasks that they were elected to do, to make Europe move forward. But obviously this sounds very grand, but behind it you've got all this daily grind, technology, you've got the skills that you have to improve. Hundreds of people are behind it. So behind every meeting there is us. So programming together with political groups and other DGs. And so we're sort of creating this puzzle. We put the right people into the booths. We recruit 250 people are employed on a permanent basis in Parliament. We've got 1,200 freelance interpreters that are equal employees while they are recruited. Plus, there is the technical equipment, technical people behind all of this. And the fact that the Vice President is here with us today, we thank for it all to all of our colleagues who are behind it, who are responsible for the technology behind it. Now, what gives me energy every morning? Now, well, the belief that this is indispensable to make Europe happen and go forward. You know, when I was thinking about what I'm going to say here today, I wrote down some, speaking points and some anecdotes. And I would like to say something about a linguistic concept. For example, in Polish, our neighbors are called Niemcy, Germans, Niemcy. Niemiec is someone who doesn't have a speech, literally. So we want to give people this ability to speak. So this is what we do. We want to give people the opportunity and possibility to speak.
To be heard, yeah. Okay, thank you. What about you, Walter? Do you sleep well at night?
Oui, je dors bien.
Yes, I have no problem sleeping. I think the COVID period, in fact, has had considerable influence on what we're thinking, our state of mind. But I wanted to start by talking about my love for languages, because that's what really started me to think about the need, or my desire to work for Europe here as an official. We're not politicians, but we agree with the politicians that speak about multilingualism. And I'm happy to work in an institution that has really understood this principle of multilingualism, because given my love for languages, in fact, in Slovenia there's an association. I'm from Slovenia myself, and I think the multicultural nature of Slovenia with our neighbors, Italy, Croatians, and there are lots of languages. And it's my good fortune to be able to work in Luxembourg, where you also have many different languages and cultures. And I couldn't agree more with the minister when he talks about social cohesion through languages, because in our institution, that's a very real thing. This respect that we show towards other identities, other cultures through language. And that's the big challenge for me as the Director General in charge of the translation service of the Parliament. And I think that's what I think that but what are the needs of our MEPs? What are the needs of our citizens that elected the MEPs? And the needs are quite clear. But at times, things shift. And I think we're in a period right now where things are starting to change. We have to look at the changing needs, particularly in contacts with citizens. I think the three of us here, the Directors General, I think we're all on the same wavelength when it comes to the need to reach out and communicate with citizens, all from our own vantage point, of course. But I think the most important thing I have in mind, the idea that I work on, is how can we move our profession forward in order to meet the needs of the house where we work.
So, your head is full of ways. How can I develop the communication? Is that what keeps you going? And can I maybe ask, how did you get into communication?
D'abord, je dois dire que comme Walter...
First of all, I'll say that, like Walter, yes, I sleep well at night too. But you need to have clear objectives and dreams that you want to work on. I came into communications a bit by accident. There was a competition to become an official, and when I arrived, the vacant post was communications, and 30 years down the road, I'm still in communication. I never changed responsibility and to go work in other parts of the Parliament, but I do think that if I didn't do so, it's because from the word go, I understood how important it is to communicate, and I understood as well that if you don't have effective communication, there's no European democracy. Europe isn't just a matter of seeing MEPs sitting in a hemicycle. The citizens have to feel that they are participating, that they are part of this democracy. And to achieve that, they have to know what's happening. You need that communication, you need that information to flow, and it's sometimes difficult even at national policy, but it's far more complicated at the European level because we have to branch out in many, many different ways. We're here in various places in Brussels or Strasbourg, and in other countries the media aren't always sufficiently present here. They don't even get all the news to the people. So this is something that I'm still doing. I'm in communication, and probably I'll still be doing it for the near future because of my passion for communication, because I did have that passion for the European Union, for Europe, for the idea of building Europe. And of course, without citizens, democracy is impossible, and the European Union cannot work without communication.
In many languages, and I would like to go back to what you were saying, Mr. Gatsby, because about the young people here in Brussels. Because what I see where I'm Danish, and what I see where I'm also from a bilingual region close to the border. The young people, they don't speak each other languages anymore. We used to watch German television, and sometimes it's difficult to explain to them the value of multilingualism. And if I can bring you in, Ms. Beer, now that we talk about this concrete value of multilingualism, how do you explain to your voters in Germany, many of whom are probably monolingual, no? Why should we care about multilingualism? Is it something you are exposed to even? Maybe not. Maybe it's not a question. I don't know.
Ja, das ist von ganz, ganz großem Belang.
It's of tremendous importance in a number of areas. First of all, it's a matter of democracy. In the European Union, with 27 member states, each with their own languages, it's a question of democracy. Each citizen, first of all, must be able to come to the European Parliament and can become an MEP if they get sufficient support amongst the electorate. But aside from that, whether or not, regardless of whether or not he or she speaks another language, here in the Parliament, as an MEP, you are entitled to speak any language, your native language, to write in and to even consult on legislative texts in your language, to debate your proposals. So it's a matter of access. Secondly, it's also a question of being close to the citizens, because all citizens throughout Europe have the right to be able to get this information on what's happening in the Parliament in their own language, to put questions and then, in turn, to get answers to their questions in their language. And regardless of which MEP they write their question to, or if they wrote to the administration. So close to the citizen and transparency is very important to ensure that we have a proper democratic scrutiny of what the Parliament's doing and what the Commission and the Council are doing. I think that's a defining characteristic of democracy, that the citizens will vote, and in the elections that we have every 5 years, they should be able to judge how good a job we've done. And another aspect, it's a question also of the rule of law. In the European Union, according to the treaties, all 24 languages are equal. That also means that any legislative text that we adopt not just is published in 24 languages, but it also means that any citizen, regardless which one of those 24 languages they use, can demand their rights to get the text in their language. And so there's a need to make use of the linguistic professionals, the interpreters, the translators, ensuring that we have a top quality working in 24 languages, because at the end of the day, it's the right of the citizens, it's about democracy, and all of that makes the work of the European Parliament and other institutions in the European Union. That's what they're all about.
It's a good investment in democracy. I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Gatz, I was thinking in the context you were talking about before, because I'm still quite touched by this picture you were painting of young people mixing their languages. Could you tell us a little bit more about the plans for the future? How are you going to develop this, what do you call it, cross-cutting identity?
Mm-hmm. So we don't have much leverage for the moment, but we have a plan, and I believe in plans, and I believe that we can develop them together with some wise people in the Council for Multilingualism, and also the energy of the younger generation. So we are going to do some support for the schools, as I pointed out. So we're going to make a manual if you are in a Brussels school, whether it be a French or a Dutch-speaking one, and you want to start something with multilingualism. There is a menu. You don't have to go with immersion all the way. You can in certain circumstances you can, but there are different stages that you can pass. So, and by that I hope that within a few years we will be in a situation where a school doing something with multilingualism will be more the rule than the exception. Mm-hmm. Of course, we are going to do same thing in the Brussels cultural world, where we started in the year 2000 when we were the European cultural capital, with subtitling, sometimes above titling, in the theaters. And when you watch a screenplay in English, but you can also have a translation in French and Dutch. First, it was very exotic, but now we see it works in quite many theaters. People are coming and watching a play in another language. So I think we have to go a little bit further with that. And then, of course, when you are looking for a job and your knowledge of other languages is not good enough, we want to have a more central approach by the Brussels government. I think these are elements where we can have clear objectives on for the next 3 years, because I would like that in 3 or 4 years that some journal would not write an article on my and other ones' efforts to say it was an interesting gimmick, but they didn't get there. Mm-hmm. So I would like to have the multilingualism deeper into the Brussels system, where when there is another Brussels government within 4 years, it will be automatic for someone else to be the minister of the promotion of the multilingualism. Yeah. But I have several layers that I want to spread out and see where we get.
We can only wish you all the best of
Thank you. I'll need it.
Hopefully maybe we can help.
Yes, I think so, because we have a good contact, and I also have contact with colleagues within the European Commission. And so we don't have to do as if we have to start from scratch. You know some things, we know some things, they are not always the same. But we will work even more closely together, I hope, for the next day of multilingualism, when we will have we will be in the possibility to have more people around us, of course. Yes.
Talking about next year and the future, I would like to turn to Agnieszka now with a totally different question about language technology, because that is the future. We are living in the future, actually. And we just heard one of the interpreters before talking about the robots are coming. I can't see any robots in this room really, but are they coming? And what are languages technology to an interpretation service? Is it more of a threat in a way to interpreters, or is it an opportunity for them maybe even to become better or quicker at their work? How do you see that?
I believe in technology as an opportunity in all areas when we look at how it can help people. And obviously, one of the area, as you have mentioned, is the language technology. We are looking at that, and we are also looking at concrete opportunities and concrete help it can bring to the work of the European Parliament in its complexity. But I believe that it can be an enhancement of the work of interpreters, an enhancement of the work of humans. It's like augmented reality. We will look to the augmented interpretation. And what would it mean? It could mean tools for interpreters to work with. And you can imagine live support or in real-time support to your work as an interpreter. We already have colleagues helping each other with names, with numbers. So this kind of terminology extraction could be looked at. The other element is that in the preparation, we already have much more powerful machines which can help streamlining your preparation, but also when you have to follow the realities of different countries or the debates about given files, concrete files which are on the agenda of the committees or of the plenary. The other area is, however, that we need to sometimes to bring more languages where we don't have a physical possibility, especially in the times of COVID, to bring languages in. This is so simple as travel restrictions. We have small languages which we are unable to provide with interpretation for the meetings because our interpreters, our freelance interpreters, they cannot simply travel to Brussels, or they can travel to Brussels but they are subject to quarantine rules afterwards.
Can they work from home then?
So we don't know how will it be. We are testing now the setting, but we also want to keep at pace with the development of the technologies and what is happening of them on the market. But as much as the European Parliament and European institutions are so the world leader and also the Germans say Messlatte, the level, the maître de Sèvres for the how quality and how we provide the service, as much we want to have the best solution also to be able to provide interpretation from outside the European Parliament. So, and these are huge technological changes, and we want to be there and we want to be ahead of this in bringing this kind of work.
Okay. I think, Walter, translation is also living through technological changes. And maybe also, as you were indicating before, also more fundamental changes in the role of the translators. And we actually had a question here about how or if the European Parliament tries to reach out to young people. And in the translation service, we do try this, I believe, no?
Sì. Sì, grazie per questa domanda.
Thank you for that question on technology. It's often seen as a sort of threat for various job profiles and in the work that we do. But in the translation service, we don't see it just as a threat because technology is part of our existence, and many years back, that's the reason why we decided to help shape this evolution of technology. And the first thing that springs to mind is, for example, automatic translation or machine translation, where if you consider 10 years back, it already existed, but the number of translators was more or less the same as the number of translators who were gaining their livelihood today in the European Parliament. So automated translation is not a threat. However, technology also challenges you to change. And we didn't just stop with machine translation. We're thinking ahead, taking it to the next level. And the first thing that the MEP, Mrs. Baer, mentioned is that the very purpose of our very existence is working on legislation in 24 languages with the same value, all equally valid legally, and in this entire democratic process that unfolds in the discussions, the debates, the meetings of the European Parliament, and particularly in the plenary. But we didn't leave it at that. In developing technology that has a real influence on the profession, on the kind of contacts that has been mentioned. But if I may say so, one of the major challenges is to focus now on the future of translation. Already, for example, vocal recognition. Could that not help us through voice recognition and accessibility for people who cannot hear even? It's something of great potential importance that we have been using during this period of COVID. And I have to say, I'm sure I can say it here, that we're quite proud that during this period, over the past 6 months, the translation services have always provided the 24 languages and all documents have been made available at all times in 24 languages. More than 500,000 pages. If you take it in later on, we're getting a bit late with time, so I'll leave it at that. But there's a lot more that I probably should say about technology and how it impacts our profession.
We are getting closer to the end here. I would just like to finish with you, Jaume, maybe, and ask also about the future, because the communication is also changing. No? What are the biggest changes you have seen in the last years?
Io volevo parlare anche in italiano, ma
I wanted to speak in Italian too, but he spoke it so well, so I'm going to switch. It was Slovene, Spanish, or Catalan, or Italian. That's the place in the European Parliament where that's possible.
Of course, many things will change in the future. In fact, are changing right now. We also in the communication services are using technology. First of all, the instruments, the tools to reach people, social media, internet, websites, all these kind of things. We are also now using automatic tools, as for example, bots, to fight against the bad bots, against fake news and this kind of disinformation. We are trying also to use all this technology to increase the use of the different languages. But I must say here that we really rely in the translators and in the interpreters, and we try really to use this internal service of the Parliament as much as possible, more than automatic or let's say modern techniques, because we think that in communication it's not just about how you translate the word. This is not an automatic process. It's also how you, a little bit as a translator in literature, you need also to be sure that the real sense behind the words is still there, and that's why in our communication services we really need their help. It was very funny because yesterday there was a Polish newspaper quoting me in news about the next plenary session in Strasbourg or in Brussels. And I don't understand Polish, sorry, Agnieszka. So I asked Google to translate this for me, and it was very funny because in the first sentence they said Jaume Duc, the spokesperson of the Parliament, said, but then in the second sentence, my name, Duc, is a Catalan name. It comes from Latin, Dux, Ducis, but in Polish and in other Slavic languages, it means spirit. Yes. So I was translated and I became Mr. Spirit. Yeah. Mr. Spirit said that, and it was funny, but it's also it's a way to prove that we need people, we need brains behind.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think this is an excellent note to end our little runde here on. So I'd like to thank you very much. I would like to thank also our public for attending. Thank you for the insights into multilingualism in Europe, in the European Parliament, in mini-Europe, we could call it, Brussels. It's a really encouraging, could we call it, experiment you have running. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the Multilingualism Day.
Thank you, Mes, for moderating this.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
And over to you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much for the panelists, the guests, the colleagues who made this special event possible. And thank you very much for everyone who sent in their comments and their questions. We hope we can welcome you in person next year. And just to remind, if you would like to rewatch the panels again later, this event will stay on the European Parliament's website.
And we'd very much appreciate if you could go on the Visit EP website or the Facebook event Multilingualism 2020 to fill out a short survey about today's event so we can improve it for next year. But for now, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for all your participation. Stay healthy and see you next year.